uh, uh, public hearing for the liquor licenses. Who gets some license? Unfortunately,
Wow.
Approve the agenda for public hearing for liquor licenses. Motion by Teresa, do I have a second? Second, Charles. Do I have a motion to approve the liquor licenses for the Old Buffalo? Motion. By Lindsay. Second by Teresa. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Do I have a motion to approve the liquor license for Pilot Travel Centers?
I move the motion.
Brad, second by Teresa. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That takes care of the business for the public hearing for the liquor licenses.
I make a motion to adjourn.
Motion by Brad to adjourn, second by Teresa. All in favor?
Aye. That was busy.
If we're all done, we go. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda for April 14, 2026, town council meeting? With the exception of the pledge of allegiance, since we already got it. Motion by Teresa. Do I have a second?
I second.
Second by Brad. Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye. I said aye.
Motion carries. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes for March 10th, 2025? Motion made, correct? Good. Second? I'm assuming some corrections?
Yeah. On line 3, first page. On line 2, excuse me. To be council and then,
Just circle it for me, please.
all right, I'll sort I got
Yeah,
them all
just,
sorted.
yeah, just circle them for me and then just give me that.
All right. Yeah. I know that one.
Line 2, where?
The funny thing is I throw one in there just to see if he pays attention.
The next one is, on the, department reports. You put Charles in that. Oh, no biggie. Big.
I must have
Is
seen
it? Is that the page is missing?
you two apparently.
I think the page is missing.
Other than that, we're good.
Okay, I'll fix it.
Yeah, because it's stapled to that.
Okay, any further discussion on that? All in favor of approving those minutes? Carries. Do I have a motion to approve the accounts payable and payroll for March 2026?
Right?
I will get a second by Teresa. Any further discussion? All in favor? Carries. Do I have a motion to approve the business licenses? Six. As well as the animal licenses.
I move the motion. My motion that we approve the business licenses and the animal licenses.
Brad, second by Teresa. Any further discussion? All in favor? Motion carries. All right, Do you have any awards, recognition? You're a pretty quiet month, yes. But we do have a little unfinished business. You'll find in your packets a resolution regarding the Seventh Street vacation. We approved it last year, but in the process of getting it all squared away with the county, they've got to have an actual resolution stating that they can. We have a motion to approve this resolution.
So we actually have two copies, right?
You should have one full copy of the statement,
And then this other one.
that's just the front page.
Oh, wait, the other resolution is in it.
Probably,
Yeah.
I'll pull it, I got it right there, let me fix that. No, it's the same one, talks about vac. Anyway, cause I have both, I have Joe's here.
Okay, just to verify, this is the one that we already did.
We've already approved it,
The
as
one
a
that
council,
already-
we just gotta approve its resolution.
So that it's on the books as a record.
Let's approve this resolution.
Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Second, any further discussion?
Wait, who motioned it?
Teresa? I'll call question, all in favor? Aye. Motion carries.
Need to buy it. Okay, we're good. Okay. But I didn't think they use expenses, right?
Okay, new business. Joe Dayton's building permit. You have anything you wanna talk about on this, Joe?
Turns out we're slightly changing the footprint. And going upward, and sounds like a building permit was needed for us to do that, so. Appropriate paperwork was filled out, building permit is in the house, so we started some demolition on it. I don't know if there's anything else that needs to be brought up or discussed.
Sorry, this has already been approved by this.
They didn't have a committee last, so we have this.
That's.
So we-
Yeah.
So, I'll entertain a motion to approve Joe Dayton's building permit.
Yes. That we can pay it, you know, and you are going up that second story area. Yeah. So.
So are you changing the footprint backwards or forward?
The way that the house is laid out, there's a small kind of entry area that's about 2 feet narrower than the rest of the house on both sides. We're just going out so it matches, so that's the only change in the footprint.
But it's going up.
Okay, thank you for that.
Yeah.
We have a motion by Teresa, second by Wayne. Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye. Carries. I can get my computer to work.
How do we structure the foundation flip on that house, you know?
We need to dig a little deeper so we know 100% how good.
That's an old home.
It is. I think
We
it's
were
probably
do you know?
20s, 30s, I think, just based on.
It's one of the older ones in town.
But it is actually like foundation style, it's not just a rock stacked up with cement thrown against it like some of them have been, so. There's probably gonna be some cracks, but it looks stable from what we've seen.
Our original portion of our house was 29, so somebody told me it was probably right around the same time.
So
Sorry about that. A few seconds here. Let's take this out of order. Guess, Jason, you wanna present the snow shack stuff?
So we just want to, as in years past, it's kind of the same agreement we've had with the city before, is to have it over there by the park. And that will do some cleanup. As in years past, as we had the shack there. Kind of same setup that we've always had.
Next motion, so.
By Wade, second by Teresa. Any further discussion or questions?
You're not the only one.
We'll just give you the piggy banks. Every quarter in the house goes in the shed.
We started something dollars with inflation.
We have two numbers, I guess we can work with, right? Having some technical difficulties with my Excel spreadsheet here.
It's be a couple of years. But they said that they would have to guarantee the original sunset. It should have been on that side, the those murders, you know, it would be then because it's pretty safe hospital access, it's the thing that people have to do, like a village. So yeah, it's neat. I had a similar one years Yes, part of it. So it took 8 years. And instead of the original 5,000 that I invested, I got 7. It does happen. It just takes off. I hope something happens. I do too.
Okay, now I'm good. Yeah. Let's see.
The 2604.
Okay. All right, sorry about that. No, it was changing all the numbers, the wrong style of number. For a budget, we have 2 numbers here. We have a number for the general fund and a number for the self-sustaining budget, which is the water and sewer, and I will give you a grand total after I announce these. So the the general fund is $788,788. How we ended up with that number. And then the self-sustaining is $304,769 for a grand total of $1,093,557. Man, that was tongue twister in there. Do I have a motion to approve that amount?
Motion.
Yeah, a motion by Wayne, and just because we're approving it, this is the first reading, we have 2 more months to go through this. For everybody to know, but just because we're approving the number amount. And we have the motion to actually state the totals. Sorry about that.
The total is, this is for the general fund. Right?
Yep.
788,000. $788.
Yeah. Do it all in one day.
And then for the water, sewer would be $4,769. For a grand total of $1,093,557.
Motion by Wayne, second by Teresa. Any further discussion? Just so everybody in the public is aware. Still have to find $30,000 in our self-sustaining budget to pay for it. Yes, still things needs. Something may have to change just so you're aware.
Just make a comment based upon our conversations. One of the thorns we face is really try hard to maintain, any expense that we pass on to the public. But inflation is just happening constantly, and so that's just one thing we wrestle with, and would we wrestle with trying to solve this problem.
And as a matter, last year we were short about $12,000 and somehow made it work. This year we're short $28,560. And I don't know how we're gonna make that work yet, but we will.
But it's going the wrong way.
going
We've
on.
gotta fix that.
Any other further discussion on this matter? All in favor? Okay. All right. Motion carries. We have, which I think we're missing in here. We're missing the ordinance in the packets.
You guys had them in the packets last month. We need them again.
Mhm.
Usually, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, I don't have it.
you hate paper? Hey, give me a second, let me go grab.
We'll come back to that. We'll move on to public comment. Do we have any public comment? Go ahead, Neil.
Yeah, I tabled the building permit last time. I'd like to do some research. I've done copious amount of research. And I'd like to discuss and make a request to council, but in lieu of everybody else being here, I suggest we move that down either Kempson Dayton, just move water and sewers. And some of the practice. Even
Any other public comment? Anybody wants to address this? Now, I'm pretty sure you guys were supposed to be on the agenda, but we didn't get you quite on there. Would you like to have some time right here?
Well, we've got them done.
Yeah, they're underneath.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I don't know if you're right there. No, right there.
No, I didn't see it. I didn't.
We need to be bolded.
You're first, you belong. Okay.
If you have whatever you want, we just have a lot. Okay.
It's gonna probably take her a little bit of time. Is that gonna work for you? Right style plug? Well, you need to update your phone.
You know what?
Hold on. What do you need?
I need a USB-C. Yep. So do I have to email it to you? Yes. I'll send it. Do you have a? That's a large one. You have to do the newer phone. Yeah, like.
I was like,
Yeah, I was gonna say, that's not working. Okay. The first thing, this is kind of lengthy. I don't know how much you went through. But, just to give background, we did a branding meeting, with a presenter, Utah Brand Design. She helped us she put together a survey, put it out there. We had 35 respondents, which I thought was pretty good. From those responses, she put together a starting point. We had a meeting just with our committee, just because we didn't have a lot of time, so we couldn't invite a lot of people with too many opinions, but it made it super long, but, and these are the deliverables. So pretty much what this is that any future committees, if we were to tourism, marketing, obviously us, I don't know, what other committees would really go off, recreation, yeah. So those types of committees, it's helpful to have one starting point for everybody. So I don't know how much you look through, but it's just, I'll read this and then we'll. Cokeville is a home where families and individuals belong, offering a simpler, more intentional way of living. Where community pride, safety, and connection to the land aren't ideals, but our everyday reality. So we intentionally picked home, simpler way of living, intentional, community pride, safety. Those words were all pulled from the surveys that people talked about. So that's really, and then we pulled different things from that statement to talk about why we feel we're different, what our brand values are. And so they help with decision making, like what we really want to honor and focus on. Our target audience profiles, this is a lot for tourism, but also like how we, for signage too, a little bit, it's like how we want to, who we want to focus on. The returning local is our number one, and you can't, everybody's important, but you have to focus on just a few. So we feel like if we can get locals, interested in either moving back or investing in the community, that would be super helpful. A community builder is someone that, entrepreneurs, someone that can work from anywhere. An intentional family, not from here, but people wanting to live a simpler life and values aligned relocators, maybe more just individuals, but they all a return local can be any one of these two, so I won't go through those, but.
Returning locals, people who had some roots here.
Yeah, yep, they want to come back and make things better. There are concerns in there that they would address, but we'll get to the tagline. We did put out a poll on Facebook, and I will say I wish there was a better way for us to get public feedback, because Facebook you're targeting Facebook users for one. You're targeting people who get on Facebook. They might have Facebook but never get on. So it's not probably really the whole town, but I don't know how else to do it. That wouldn't be a nightmare for us. This is already like pretty busy for us, so I don't. Do you have any suggestions on how to get community feedback for everyone? Besides taking out papers and hoping they return them or whatever, I don't know. I don't know how to do that, but that's something you can just keep in the back of your mind. But Facebook it is for now. So right now we have a poll with these. We did add in the current one, welcome to the open range. In retrospect, I'm not sure we should have done that, because now these two are so similar that I'm not sure how we're gonna, like, if there's really close to ties, how we're gonna do that. But these are the three based off of the survey that we chose to put out to the public, and we're currently getting a poll on that. But this would be a good time to give your feedback if you feel like any certain way about that. Would like to know. There's
How many votes do we got?
as of right now, probably about 40. Oh, 21. Oh, so last time I checked, it was like 21 for the current one, 18 for Always Good to Be Home. I think it needs to say It's Always Good to Be Home. And Built on Belonging just had like 1. And then the Come Home to Open Range, I think had 15 or 16. So they're all pretty close, but we'll have to wait and see kind of. And they tend to get buried as time goes on. So I don't, like I said, it's not the most effective way to get everybody. So I don't really know how to do it.
And just a note on that, that was one of the big things, this kind of concept of home. This homes were raised, children, things like that. That was a reoccurring.
It was a very strong recurring theme. I told myself I wouldn't give my opinions, but I'll just suggest that home be in there somehow, just because that is a strong recurring theme. We want people to come here and feel at home. We want them to visit and feel at home. But that's based off of the survey, so we'll see. We don't have, we need the tagline for the wall, so this is kind of tricky with the month-to-month meetings. I'm not really sure how we're gonna get it approved, because the next meeting is the 14th, the mural's going in the 6th of May. So I'm not sure how we're gonna do that, but special meeting for that.
Or we leave it off.
Or we can leave it off the wall. We cannot put a tagline. We had greetings from, a lot of people said, a tagline would be better, but we can just portfolio established. Yeah. And I can also show you what we're doing with the mural in just a minute. I'm distracted, but that is our trick right now, is getting it approved and then having it paid for the mural wall. So and we want everybody's opinions. Like, this is where
So I guess it
you
depends on how strongly we feel about making this tagline really congruent with what everybody wants. If we want to take our time, or if we want to just make a decision and go for it. So I mean, it just depends on what you guys want. We're happy to do either way.
Fairly healthy balance of public here. What's the public's opinion?
Anybody take the poll? Anybody get on Facebook? That's the problem, and I apologize. I don't know.
I really like to hear the people in the groups, if they have an opinion one way or another.
I don't have Facebook, but I like all of them. I'm not.
Yeah, I voted for,
You might have voted for.
I think I did come home to the open range, but honestly, if it stayed the same, I'm fine there too. I don't think you can go.
What's the current one?
Welcome.
Welcome to the open range.
One individual on there that said none of them fit. With a couple.
There are- Yeah, that would open a huge can of worms if I'm like, give us your opinion. I don't wanna do that, actually. So we did the survey to get that opinion, to then make these, and now I'm like, oh, but another individual suggested one, and in his it says home in there, even though it was a little bit of a different, it was like from peaks to pastures. It's home or something. I'm like, oh, there's home again. So I don't know.
Charles put this together several years ago and put a lot of work into it. And I kind of like the one we have, but that's just my.
That's great. Like, that's what we need. And most people are voting
Yeah.
for that. Yeah, that's.
Your way you can put it, like, a link to the survey in the water bill or something. You just bold it out, so you.
Or Google. And that's the thing. Yeah, we put out a physical thing for the Christmas boxes, and that is not how people, for the decoration, like, nobody goes that way. It was a Google Forms. So.
For transfer time.
Oh, okay.
So I don't know if anybody ever checks that, like, it's awesome.
Yeah,
The page, and so.
I think I checked later.
Like all the info stuff.
Yes, you're right, yeah. But again, I don't know how much people use Facebook.
If the wrong people comes back.
Like the welcome as well.
I would do. But,
Or you could put welcome to open range, your home.
I mean, I might not have been born and raised here, but I
Change it that way. And that can be whatever you want.
Yes, and
Kinda
that's, home does leave a little bit of an open-ended, like it can be a lot of different things.
Right.
I just like it the other way, like read it. Welcome to the open range, your home. If you were going to add home in there.
Welcome to the.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yes, and the other problem is having supposed to be, I think it said like five words long, ish. One for. Yeah, there you go, so, I don't wanna take up all your time, I'm so sorry, but. If you want, we can. I don't know. If you just wanna stick with it, the poll's only been up for 2 days. And people are still kind of taking it, but
It looks like the welcome to the open range. So the next one is, on hold.
okay, so
Just so you know the.
that's, yeah.
Feedback, let's sort of this, because someone asked, and I asked the question too, is this for tourists? Is this, who are we communicating? What's the purpose of this? And part of this is how do you, what makes you unique? Every community in America and the West, says, small town.
Big heart.
I think they're so unique and what do you communicate the community communicate simply what you're unique to, because it's what do you value as a community? What would people value and confident to visit or have experience in the area? So part of, as we evaluate these different ideas, we look at those dual purposes. What would cause someone, again, they're looking for a place to raise their children, or whatever, and that fits what I think about when I think about the community, as well as leaning into this kind of ties to the county effort, kind of west and the. So that's kind of some context on.
Yeah. And I'll be the devil advocate, and say don't put a tagline because it could change from. Very easily. Established date will never change.
You're right.
Just. I'm.
And I can show
or you
you,
could say, "Welcome to Cokeville."
yeah, and that's, so the only other
Crazy.
space you would have this visible to visitors would probably be if we did the billboard again. Out. Robert's Land or whatever the one that's kind of shredded now, that's the only other place we'd probably have it that's visible to travelers, otherwise it'll be on a website. Official, I don't know where else you would put it, but it still is the idea. And it helps us in our beautification efforts as well, so. If we wanna take more time with it. We totally can, and we can ask her till we get off of the wall, I can show you.
That's what I was. So.
This is kind of what, this is just a rendering, so there's a lot of things that will likely be changed, it's just to kind of show. So she has it there, it did say greetings, and I thought last time we said. Yes or no, I thought it was a consensus, like, not greetings, use our tagline, but we can also just do. Welcome to Cokeville, welcome.
Just welcome.
Yeah, whatever, like just right there, if we wanna be get more opinion. But right now it sounds like the council is just liking welcome to the open range. Facebook is trending that way. So. There it is.
I say we, while we are making a decision, it's getting to like information.
I just feel there's a lot of. Mixed feelings about it. I think we ought to, take a look to get a few more, ideas, you know? What they think. That's just me.
We also talked about Hibby. Kind of redoing it and then getting people's ideas and then putting it back out there. We've already talked about yeah. The
We're
survey,
open to ideas, if you have an idea on how we could get, if people wanna contribute like we did with the coin, if we made it some kind of. Content, I don't know, we're open to ideas, but obviously that will take longer.
The same.
It'll, so if I mean, if we're gonna leave it off the wall, we can spend more time getting a tagline.
If there isn't a consensus on it, get the mural, put Cokeville, establish 1910. Keep working on it, so as we go on the bill, on the website, stuff like that, make sure it's really dialed in what you want, don't hold up.
Right.
You could probably add that afterward, maybe even.
Easy to work with, so I wonder if she could even agree to come back at a later date, but you will figure them out. So it won't really change, this is the only thing it would change is this, doesn't, so then the next question. Okay,
My personal opinion should be just welcome to Cokeville. Because what's being mentioned before, 10 years down the road, Cokeville, I'm not saying it will. 10 years down the road, Cokeville changes the way that they totally outlook on. You have that to deal with.
sure. So you wanna do welcome to? Okay,
Statute.
next, 1910, yep, perfect, I should have emailed the other picture. Let me say. Oh, sorry.
You like the tagline.
Opinions and ideas about probably things that.
We're leaving on.
Probably have to do home honoring, probably just do. That's right, we started with it's good to be home, but HBO Max has that, and you can't use it.
Home on the Range is not a movie.
It's a song,
Home on the open.
no. No, we wouldn't, it would have to say open range. You're right. We could, perfect, well. Yeah, you guys said.
I like the welcome to.
Brad, what do you think? I want to thank the beautification committee because there's, if people want to input, they can be here to these meetings or they can come to your meetings. You guys have done an awesome job putting out the poll. You guys don't have to do that. You haven't had to do any of the things happening. So they've done everything. I mean, we're asking a lot of them. I'm grateful for what they have done. I'm fine to leave it off for now. I would leave everything off for now and just put Cokeville, and then if you want to add welcome to, or if you want to add the tagline after, we can do the poll for a little bit longer, but I just don't, I mean, if people want to participate, they can do the survey, or I don't think the beautification committee needs to do much more with it. They've done an awesome job.
Thanks, Chair.
I would agree with that
Me
statement.
too.
The effort has been put out there by the to get the consensus at this point, that the town has a problem with it. They should have showed up.
Bill, what do you think?
That's an open-ended question.
Okay. You know, but when you do that, you're targeting on a group of people that already live here, that get from the home, you're less than opposed to. You're targeting people that are already here, you're not looking to trade here. Is that right? I'm saying.
It's like, come make this your home, but after it's like, so says, I don't think you can go out of it. We don't want it to make it like we can only be a Cokeville version of it, that is not it. Or.
They told Larry and I. Larry and I, here 10 years before we don't live in the neighborhood.
Yeah, we definitely want to, we just feel like, you said some of our problems is bringing, that lives here to then bring the people that are willing to be a little more grit to stay here and not be like, what, this is not for us, but they've already lived here, they kind of know, hopefully bring in some more interest, but that's another discussion, but this is another variation. I had her take everything off and make it plain, just to see what that looks like. She did do the remember the boot. She did a lasso instead if the boot was a little too like much. But like I said, this is a rendering, so we had her change this all to caps. Because we have, and you can't tell in here, but we have old downtown Cokeville. We're gonna put old downtown Cokeville that we do. In the letters. Yes, it's gotta be caps. She just did, and she's like, don't take this to, it's just more for positioning and the concept. So we do want old downtown Cokeville in there, probably with a little bit of some. No. Yeah, that's hilarious. No, that. Not.
That was small.
Like that, you just kind of, it'll be a little bit, it won't just be filled in. So we'll have, take the cool parts of buildings and we will make it look good. I'll send you. So is this okay, this layout? It's the simple, and that's, I also has to match roll or whatever other thing we put on there, and I think it's more simple than do. So if this is okay, like there will be a lot more tweaking. The colors probably won't be the same. But this is the layout. This is the type of font. Yeah, so if that's okay for that wall, we will do that. And then this says, oh, that's.
Charles just had a good idea.
Charles always has mirror, or not mirror, he always been taken.
This town was written on sheet. That's what made this town.
Yeah, right.
Why not have a ramble egg head or something on that?
Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, we have a lot of letters. We have a lot of letters with the. So,
I think, but sure, but he's right, you know that. The sheep industry is what made this, made.
Cody, they're for one specific, they have like one thing pictured for that's all over. And we said like Logan has the Utah State Ag and Bolt everywhere. Like it would be nice if you could try to narrow it down, but we worried people would be like, sheep anymore.
Well, we still are. That's how we started, and that's why the railroad's here.
but again, we ran out of problems. We just didn't have enough time to like figure that out. And so we're like,
But we talked about that.
we did, yeah, but we could put it in here, like there can be deeper here, this is a better example, this was our inspiration. There's like different types of buildings and stuff in there, that's our inspiration. So I wanted to show you probably more what it's gonna look like, with more historic colors.
There's no background, right?
She said she might, that's up to them with what they're willing to do for what we're paying them.
Being able to fix.
Yeah, so that's up to them. She hasn't said no, so whatever, that's great. So if you want to approve that design, well, let's go to the main mural. This one is gonna kind of be interesting at first, so but just bear with us. So this is, I think he pulled these guys up. I'm not sure, Charles, but it's to show like kind of what is going on. But I really like that is Cokeville back there. That's the skyline. I sent him all downtown. He pulled off. Do we have a Palace Cafe though? Was that real?
We definitely don't have it facing.
I don't remember if I ever remember seeing that on what Palace Cafe. That's. It was real? Okay.
There was one of them by far.
I don't remember, I always remember the Coastal Mercantile is a big one that is in that picture. But we had them at the railroad, that's big. This is, I think, really cute. Those sheep and the kids, I know that's super cute.
Yeah, right there in the corner.
This is like probably an AI rendering, so it's gonna look, but Well, what else would you want in there? I mean. I'm not sure if that is Minerva. She's looking for something.
She was doing plays back.
Oh, okay.
Well, I don't know if that's even general.
I don't think, unless you explain what she's doing.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. I know. It's the right. I don't know, this is their color palette and stuff, which is, I think, really. We orange and black, everyone said orange and black, I'm like, I'm not. Orange everywhere, so we went with a burnt sienna and like a. Black.
Yeah.
But, he did a really good job incorporating those colors, kind of, they probably look a little more bright than their.
It'd almost be better. If she was further back and it was showing her painting,
Yeah, that's true,
like on an easel.
in context,
And
yeah.
maybe the painting is the background.
Oh, and now, okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
That's creative.
His inner art is.
You have my dad.
Yeah, that I can say, if you get one of her paintings, so know the context of Minerva, because that's what she's known for, obviously, probably not plays much, but. Probably more of this size of people's, right? And, but I like the addition of the train, I think that's cool, and maybe seeing a little bit more of the historic downtown. That, this is our nod to, guess what, get your artistic mind out. This is kind of our nod.
The open range.
No, the sky. And the way it is. If this is our nod to the Cokeville result, we're hoping that, that's the feeling of peace and serenity. That's it. How do you feel about that?
I think it's great.
About that?
Yeah, okay, it's okay.
It's not explicitly stated, but it's
I think
there.
that will sit well with a lot of people.
Yeah.
I do too there, but it's not. That's right.
So, when you look at it, it's calm and peaceful. That's what, so, anyway, so we'll monkey with this a little bit more with him. They said we will not put it on the wall unless you're 100% happy to do. Less Indians, indigenous people.
I would say.
More people of Something
more. Trade Indian or.
County. No Indian.
Yeah.
And they're.
No. Indians there. Like-
Maybe one,
You know.
maybe like that guy.
Yeah, just the bag.
Okay. This guy, okay, and then. Probably.
So near the building that says, or whatever cafe, you could do the Smith Ford.
I didn't even see that. The bird, somebody's flipping. I didn't see the bird. Did you see the bird? You see the bird? It's right there. I don't know.
That's AI. Just.
I didn't get to say. that.
I'm just gonna try and find the bird.
And now we're at, anyway, so.
I would say remove the building. If you remove that building and the one that, no, that one. You remove that and then you, in back, you make the Smith Fork River visible. That would be a lot cooler. Plus, there's never been a building that's like facing. Does that make sense?
They are starting those 16. You have less than a month. That's right. Yes.
Yep, you're right.
So the next council meeting.
That's a problem.
It's gonna be too late.
Yeah.
But might have to hold a special meeting.
Yeah.
That would be.
If we could cut down on the amount of Indians and maybe put a couple of more back there as well as.
Yeah, maybe put the building more like. in an angle that they're on the actual road.
So I think
No.
the park, right? May first.
Imagine that the road that you're on, imagine that's like Main Street.
Oh, I was thinking this was, the street that the engineers outfit building.
But mountain. So if this was Main Street, you would have the buildings kind of on the left
Yeah.
in a 45 going down the road. And then that's why you'd still be able to see the river.
Too true to. The building.
More true.
It's an angle that you can find afterward, but how do you feel?
Where you, the tiny.
No. If you got rid of those two Indians and you put those buildings in this angle instead of flat, and then behind, and where that building you remove in the middle, you have the river, you got it all.
Because you've already got a building. Yeah. You've already got it.
Anyway.
So.
Definitely.
How about this proposition here? If we hold a meeting, it's a Friday, May 1st is a Friday.
Okay.
4 PM on Friday. Expect everybody.
Open to the public.
Yeah, it'd be an open to the public meeting.
Preferred.
Typically for
Many
the
public.
mural.
Okay.
All decisions will be made and final on that meeting.
You have to track out of town state art. Just.
We can't. Can't accommodate.
All of the things.
No, we can.
Will the artist be able to come up for that? Maybe if the girl is be willing to come. For that special meeting, just to kind of. What? Okay,
We can do then, maybe.
I just don't know, it would be helpful for him to like, kind of see what she's doing.
Talking about.
I was just gonna say, yeah, 30 minutes, you need to move on because I just had.
Jesse, which is gonna make this go for hours. I think we have weeks to sort it out and come back on May 1st with some decisions hopefully made by then.
Okay. Yep,
And it's just a presentation to the public. If the public wants to put some input into it, they better get in touch with these young ladies that are putting the effort forward.
Okay, that sounds good.
Fair to everybody? I would entertain a motion.
We have a special meeting on Friday, the 1st of May at 4 PM to discuss our mural.
A second.
All in favor?
Like,
Alright. Hold on, we don't have one.
oh, that's right. We don't
We're
have.
gonna have a special meeting on May 1st, discussing the mural, both colors made by then. Are you in favor of that? That's what I thought.
Like, I'm out. Okay, yes, I am done. There's a lot of stuff coming. If you think this is taking a long time, you should be at our meetings. So this is our plan that we have for now. The highway downtown wayfinding, so this style or this style, depending on which one you like best, will go on the highway. I have a really good map I'll show you of where we're planning to put everything. Either style will be fine. And obviously we'll get the writing that's consistent with the branding that we just did. And also a logo that is forthcoming after all of this. Planning to use decals for that, so that doesn't have to be done immediately. You'll have to set another time what you want on there, the wayfinding. And then we can put it on there. So this will go on north and south facing of the main highway and then possibly west side coming into Main Street. I'm not sure how many people use that road, but possibly. So these are the main ones that you would use, and then downtown like this, it would just be a smaller version that's like congruent to what you did on the main, and that would go somewhere by this building. And to then point to Park High School, whatever else, when they, you know, the little signs that people can see driving slower and when they're walking. So, I contacted Talisha Hobbs to give us some mock-ups for this, and then, yeah, I'm not sure that's gotta come in soon too, so. So those are, sorry, these are the options. I don't know if you want to decide on them now or this look, but we need to get some more actual images up, so. That's for the wayfinding, and then the street name signs on East Main, so before the tracks. We are proposing that maybe a little more. Fancy, I guess is what the word you would say. Stop signs are white dots, so we're not touching those, but the individual streets name signs will be. We're hoping a black, more fancy. I know you mentioned that these base caps might get destroyed by the snow. We don't necessarily have to have those. It's just an option. So they would look a little bit more nice just along East Main, and then when we pass the tracks down there, you are responsible for the stop signs. Same style, but dual sign. That's what's there currently. So it would be all the way down Main Street because that's where the traffic is. Not to say that the rest of the town doesn't need to look nice, but these are more expensive, obviously, and Public Works, we're hoping we'll replace some of these poles. It's a lot of poles to replace doing. So there's about 14 of them all the way down Main Street. This is just our suggestion. If it's a logistical nightmare for Public Works, then we can change it, but that's that. And then these are some of the finish options that I just put together. You're gonna get square posts with a very small base molding. These are the mounting brackets and the finials that could go along with that. Just all of them look really nice, they don't lean too traditional, and they don't lean too boring. So I think it fits Cokeville nice. There's also a rounded option. Find a picture for that one for some reason, but with these types of finials. So we're proposing those go along Main Street to kind of match the wayfinding. And then the back street signs will be, some of them are stop sign, street sign combo. I think some of them aren't. Davis has all this information in a minute, but this is what they would essentially look like with the logo. I don't think I pulled the site that we're looking at can do green, blue, white on black. I think white on black looks good, but we have blue currently, so maybe if you don't want to do white on black, you can do green. So people are like, hey, new signs, blue is the current. So that is our suggestion for the street sign setup. And then I'll show you just really fast this is my really awesome map. Showing where the wayfinding is right there, possibly. And out, half of them didn't work anymore. So this is just all along Main Street. We have we'll just call them the more formal signs all along there. And then the back street, I have all these new ones. We also have to consider the Tri-State sign. And then Jade Pope's signs, most of them, I don't know how many he put in originally.
Justin Pope.
Justin Pope, wrong one, Kate, Justin Pope. They probably need to be repainted. One of them's leaning pretty bad at the park. I could only find 5 of them. So these are by the church overflow. This is by Randy and Pam's right here. And then one by the drugstore, one by the park. Probably right where the street sign should be.
You talking the black one?
The black ones with the cutouts, yeah. If we want to keep them where they are, like I said, they're a little random now because I don't know how they were put up if they were knocked down. Or if we want to relocate them to a different spot that makes more sense. You don't want to worry about it for our service day, we will just spray paint them. Keep them there, but those are the things you need to think about with signage. Um. And then if you have logistical questions, Davis has that as far as numbers, but I don't know if you wanted that now. I'm sorry, we're giving up too much time. So, he has numbers on that and bids and, okay, so that's come up.
Lost so hard, Davis, it's fun.
No. Emails off this stuff. So that's that, and then this rest are dates we're gonna tell you, and then I'll be done. For April 24th, Joellen Grandy is volunteering her time and expertise for free to help us get a park master plan together. She's gonna come on April 24th. You are welcome to come for a site visit. We're just gonna walk around, look at locations, look at what she sees, and she gave us a really awesome plan. I didn't end up emailing that yet, did she? So I can't remember it, but for the park. And then so that's April 24th. Then our one of our line items for the mural had to do a community paint night, so we're gonna do that on June 3rd. I just scheduled the city hall for that. And then so paint night with potato castrum, and then probably Cokeville trivia with that, just for community involvement with the mural. And then the last one is our spring cleanup day. We wanted to do it in conjunction with the free dump week, but the free dump week's like the first week of June. We don't want to take up the Saturday that we would hope people are in their own yards. So June 13th seemed to work out the best. Next year, we can probably look at maybe just the last Saturday in May, but that's when most of us were available, so. That's just FYI. We're working on the spring cleanup day details, but we don't have those yet.
What time is Joellen gonna be here? No,
The 24th at, we'll let you, okay. So. There's that. I am so sorry.
We good for a minute? Are we done?
I'm sorry.
I'd like to have a 5-minute break.
Yeah, make a motion for a 5-minute recess.
All in favor?
Aye.
Yeah.
I tried to be concise and so it's great. Meeting once. Yeah. I like the black that. It's great. But too. I like.
I can get those or somewhere up there. The train tracks don't come to make some big deal. I think that just the back to the left. Yeah. Thank you. We are trying to forgot to say this was kind of realized to cut up this 20. So probably. It is part of the spirit and it is a tourism. It is added. They offered this, huh?
Yeah. 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 Yes.
Make a motion to reconvene.
All right, let's move on to these resolutions and ordinances. Thank you, Tracy, for getting those to us. Start with. Looks like second reading from zoning change for Dayton, 4603. I have a motion.
This second.
A motion by Teresa, do I have a second?
No changes, just FYI, same as we had last time, just make, we go from agricultural to residential for the optimum.
Right, thank you.
Yeah.
Do I have a second? Second by Charles. Any further discussion? Good, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. All right, we have a motion for the camping ordinance.
Yeah, I make a motion that we review the results of our survey as well as just a discussion on the camping ordinance alone.
Second, Charles.
Yeah.
Any further discussion on these motions, questions?
Okay.
Results of the survey. And we're going to have a discussion only. Reading.
So you need to table it. Cause if you don't.
We'll make a motion to
Yeah.
table it afterwards. We'll
So just so you're.
do that motion afterward. This is just to talk about the results and
We can
have a discussion.
All in favor of that motion?
Aye.
Carries.
Charles, do you need this little device?
It'd probably be best to,
Just,
probably just be best to put on there. If we don't plug it in, we're not meeting.
oh. We need one more.
Well, it's technically. We'll get a new one. It does unplug from that, the dongle to go to an HDMI if you want to do that.
See if this.
Oh, it has Bluetooth.
I guess that is, well,
I see what you mean.
So unplugs.
yeah, I would unplug that and just plug it in your HDMI.
He's disconnected it now from the device, the Bluetooth device.
Is that? Is this in? Or this in?
Well,
Oh,
I like paper there.
you're just gonna need it. It's thinking.
Yeah.
Ooh.
I'll take this.
Okay, sounds good. You want me to talk about it?
Uh-huh.
All right, 1 second. Okay. So. I've got it pulled on my screen too, so. Anyway, there were 54 responses, which has been as our highest response in any survey we've done so far. So, that I'm aware of. Is that right, Charles? everyone completed their response, so that's 100%. No one skipped anything, and then it took about 7 minutes. The first question was, do you support limiting camping to only the Legion grounds and removing overnight camping at the main park? 55%, 55.77% said yes, and 44.23% said no. If we come down here, that's 29 said yes, 23 said no. Add no, if you scroll down a little further, you might want to change your colors. Can you change that to, can you change it to the dark background, white wording maybe? The night.
Well, did we summarize it? We summarized with the AI
Um,
on that report.
some of it. So in summary, the ones that said no, there was a question about access. There was a question concerned with the traffic. There was another one that just said there's not enough room. So there was some added information on there that I understand why.
Is that in regard to?
This is just to this question only. So the question was just about if you support Legion Park camping and no camping at the main. There was some confusion with some of the answers. There was one yes remark that just said no campers or tents in town. There's plenty of other options. Like Pine Creek is what it was said. The majority who made a comment were the no's, which makes sense. But basically accessibility was one question. I know it was brought up to me personally by someone who said it's going to be hard to turn around if you run head to head as someone coming out as someone going in, right? So that's an issue there. So that's kind of the response to that one. If I go to the second page, another yes remark was just no camping at all in town or on public land. There's a new place, Greg's up Pine Creek. Seems to be a lost cause. It's just the comment. Another no says there's been a large amount of people already camping at the Legion Park. We've had issues with trespassers on our land, which is a liability issue with the river running through it. Another one was there's no camping in the area other than the Legion Park, and it's not identifiable to the public. There's no signage. Which some of this stuff we understand. The question was more just, do you support it or do you not? Let's move to the next question. So the next question is, do you feel that placing limits on how long someone may camp at the Legion would help reduce traffic or potential disruptions for residents living along that route? This was a lot larger.
You're ahead of him.
Huh?
Charles is ahead of you.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Did you
yeah.
talk about this?
No, I'm only on the second question. Sorry.
I thought this was the second.
I think she was three.
You're on 3.
Right there.
There you go.
Right there. Slow down. Go up just a little. We want to see the pie. I'll read the question. They don't need to read the question. Just go to the pie.
Okay.
I just read the question. Anyway, we have a larger yes on this. Obviously limiting is more supported, 32 versus 19 of the 51. There were some no's. One was, is there a legal easement? One was Main Street's already busy. I'm not sure what that means. Who's complaining about this traffic? Was another response. What is hurting is letting someone camp. They're absolutely nothing. It's typical Cokeville beep, beep, beeps. Um. Anyone camping more than 14 nights might need the town to obtain a court order eviction. Um. There really wasn't.
And a quick question, we talked about, because we can create a report and just put it out there on Facebook or email or something like that.
We can do that too. It's something they can,
People want to like delve into some of the details, because there's, again, good response.
all right. We'll focus more on just the percents then, I guess. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay, sounds great. That's that third question. Do you support requiring a town permit for camping beyond the allowable overnight limit? This was a confusion for many. They thought there was just a permit, period. There's not. The way it was written was there's nights that you can stay without a permit. If you want to exceed those nights, then you have to get a permit. So that was one of the confusions that was in this. You guys can read the results. We'll post them. 71% actually really loved the permit idea. They love the permit. So there was confusion on that, but they do like the permit. We'll move to the next question. The town is considering a camping permit fee of $35 to help offset administrative and enforcement costs associated with managing the policy, the camping regulations. In addition, if a permit is requested after a person has already been in violation, meaning they've gone past the free nights, now they're asking for it. They're already in violation, and there would be an additional $50 administration fee. If agreed upon. If it's not agreed upon, there's no fee. Do you feel that these fees are nominal or reasonable? 65% said yes. 34% said no. And most comments on this was they just don't want a fee. Pretty much. And you can read that. There's some, I'll give you a PG-13 disclaimer if you want to read those. The next question, we'll go to the next question. The town is considering a regulation that if a recreational vehicle is occupied on private property more than 12 nights, whether consecutive or non-consecutive, within a 30-day period, which basically we're just saying within the month. So we might have to change the wording on that, but it would be considered use of a recreational vehicle as a dwelling rather than a camping and would be prohibited. Or you can obtain a permit and have it properly displayed. 56.52% said yes, they support that, and 43% said no. So that's 26 out of 20. Most comments on here were, don't tell me what to do, pretty much. It's my private land, I can do what I want. So that's pretty much the consensus on most comments on there. If we go down here to the next question, the town's considering, I don't know why it's on there twice. I don't know why it was there twice.
That's good. Did you have any questions? Questions?
No, so that was the results that we got. We can open it up for discussion.
Say something. First of all, with the Legion ground, before we even start answering any of these questions, we need to establish a right of way through there. There's no right of way right now. And I honestly don't see one. Getting one. I've visited with Ken Cook. And certain times of the year up there, he runs his cows from just above Scott Cook's place there at the head gate. Has a gate across there. He really don't like people going up there while his cows are in there. He's had problems in the past. People going up there leaving gate open.
And I can see his point there. But before we do anything, we've got to get an easement through. Before you can either say anything, send people up there, anything. Because without an easement, the only people that are allowed up there are town personnel. Because town owns that ground with that. We cannot send people up there who can't. Till we get them established right away through it. Am I wrong? That's, Neil, you know about this.
But yeah, I spent a whole bunch of time in court on easements, so I can give you some. You're correct. You cross from 2 or 3 private landowners, your city employees probably have administrative access. Nobody has any right to go up there. It's foolish of the town to even suggest people go up there. Number one, it's not adequate for their type vehicle to put up there, but it's not legal. You're sending them across private property without the landowner's permission, the city would be liable. You know, and if one landowner puts up one little sign, and I've already seen one, it says private property or no trespass, you're done, you're criminal trespass. So the best suggestion I've heard, and you're right, the other option is, and the city was real serious about it, in Wyoming, a landlocked property, you can force an easement, and the procedure for that is you have to go to district court and basically file a motion in front of the court. And if there's no other, and I watched 2 landowners spend over $100,000 in attorney doing this, so believe me, thank you. Okay, budget, you keep that. Because basically, you have to go in, there's no other reasonable access to it, then the judge has to rule that that's the only reasonable way to get there, you're landlocked, and so he'll basically define a reasonable route, and then you pay all those landowners that continue to have access. And he's in the court stuff to that value. Very expensive. The best suggestion I've ever heard, because the same thing came up 35 years ago. It always comes up, and nothing's changed since then. The best recommendation I've ever heard on Legion Campground is sell the thing and buy a little piece of property around close to town and make a city park in town. Right, how many people use this? Not very campground. That's what not, you know, we grind one 100 years ago. And the city fought and fought and fought to use that, but they never had access.
Greg?
I've lived here most of my life. And this Legion has been nothing but scouts. We had to go up and clean it all the time. And it was always a disaster. And I don't, as being a landowner, I agree with the landowners up there. I don't want people in 100 cows going in that place, and you don't know what red grass is. And I don't do it, but I am building a pretty nice one these days campground right here in town. It's gonna have some options for people to do fun things. I'm putting in an arena, I'm gonna have some ATVs, I'm gonna have some stuff that I think should attract people. And I talked into other people that are investing in Cokeville. And I think Cokeville is gonna be a tourist place. I know people in Utah, I got buddies down there that own big dealerships and ATVs that want to bring people up on weekends. I got a buddy that's a fly-in plane that Jason Thornton got a good friends with that wants to bring in planes with their buddies. And these guys can spend money. And they like the fishing and the hunting. And so the other option I had is Pine Creek. Tons of campgrounds with Pine Creek people get in. I'm totally against having camping in the city. They don't count that you can go camping. You know, you'll go throw a camper in Kimber and it's gonna go there. Yeah, I mean, you just don't go camp in towns.
What can you support the guy who's putting the dollar in town too?
That's right.
Yeah, so I would get anybody camping in the city, especially the city park. People were trying to bring young families back to talk with their kids. I don't want some creeper down there sleeping in his car with my kids playing there.
I asked this question when this first came up. The question was, what problem are we trying to solve or prevent? And are we actually accomplishing? So I think that's a very valid question to be asked on this ordinance.
I think the problem is you're kicking the locals out of their own park because the mother is not gonna let her kids go to the park when you've got a camper van there.
I understand. I'm asking the council this question. So are we accomplishing what, are we answering that question? What problem are we trying to solve with this ordinance? Or prevent? And are we doing that? I think Mike brought up a very valid problem or potential problem with people coming into the park where mothers are concerned about who's in there. Now, I'm gonna give you a little food for thought here. I travel all over the western United States for work. And I can tell you right now, when I would travel the I-5 corridor, anywhere on the I-5 corridor in Oregon or Washington, you would have tent cities along the interstates and throughout the towns. It's a disaster and it's not good. You open that door for that to come in, you cannot get rid of it. It's almost impossible. They've been making some efforts up there lately, but it's really killed their economy and killed their communities because they can't control what's going on because of the tent cities. In my opinion, there's 300,000 acres of public land surrounding Cokeville. Not to mention there's business owners like Greg Nate and Pine Creek that have facilities.
Even the hideout has facilities.
The hideout has facilities.
We got 5 Airbnbs in town.
There's Airbnbs in town. In my opinion, we shouldn't be entertaining camping in town at all, but that's my opinion. And I would say the council has a decision to do it. Do whatever, but my thoughts are is, yeah, Cokeville is Cokeville and we haven't had a problem in the past and there's probably special circumstances we can take place for when we have events in town for the temple riders or the rodeo people or whatever when they're staying on those grounds, but as for the most part, my opinion is you shouldn't allow it. Let them utilize the facilities. And I think that solves our problems. One, and solves our potential problems. But the council is the council, they can make the decision on this matter. And I'd like to just say my piece of that.
Can the town sell the city Legion Hall?
Legion grounds.
The
Can you
Legion
sell that?
I don't know.
What benefit does it do other than cause?
I would have to look at what kind of restrictions are on the deed, to know if we could sell it or. I couldn't tell you that answer. But
But
Big it
too-
is. Big is it?
And then too,
So then the city's responsibility to keep it clean up there?
yes,
It's just an expense.
all it is an expense and it's a maintenance hazard. And it's to be honest with you, it's a vandalism ghetto place. I can't.
And it's an alcohol. I'd like to.
Go ahead.
I'd like to. So this is my personal opinion on it. Or spin on it. I had 2 or 3 people ask me, why do we allow camping at all? Which is exactly what the mayor said, what Greg just reiterated. And I agree, we're not in the business of camping, we're not in the business of all these other things. I don't know why there's really a need that there needs to be this camping thing. So, I've also had a long discussion with a few people about, and then reading the remarks about the Legion grounds. I think the Legion grounds. There's 2 things about that right now that concern me. One, the only thing we were offering on the Legion grounds was to shorten the amount of camping time that you can unlimitedly do right now. So we're not making it worse. We would make it better for those people who don't want all those people going up there. We can leave it alone, that's fine too. I'm just saying that might be a misunderstanding between the people in the town who might not understand what that really is about. I don't think we advertise it. because, I've had a person say there's legalities there. We're basically an accessory to trespassing. So we don't need to do that, but we might limit it. It is still our land. That we can limit what's going on that land. We can stop people from doing alcohol, which is already in there.
Technically, you don't have a legal right to it, correct? So none of it matters. I don't care if the city owns it or not. If the landowner got a trespass, and just like Bill said, you're gonna get a lawsuit, and you're gonna lose.
The town has legal right to it, but.
Workers, right, that workers, but you know, the other time I can't drive up through there without trespassing. You know, the landowner, they're never gonna let you guys in.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna finish my, what I'm talking about. As far as the ordinance portion where it talks about private use of recreational vehicles. I think this is just my opinion, so you are wrong or right. This is very similar to the same thing as the nuisance order, in my opinion. You have to ask yourself, how much do people, if you are a landowner and you have a person who's putting all this junk on their property and you say it's devaluating your thing, how is that really any different than someone pulling up 4 trailers and just letting people camp there? Do you think you'd like that too? Or the camp city which he just described? The idea of this isn't to be a jerk and send a bunch of people out to just, it's to, if it ever got to that seriousness of what he just spoke that's happening in other towns and cities and states, we actually have something to fall back on. We didn't fall back on the first nuisance order because we didn't have enough teeth on it and no one wanted it to do anything. So we're trying to just kind of have something there. And that's what I feel like the achievement is. I'm agreeing. I really don't think we need to worry about camping in town. So I just want to kind of make sure that's kind of the understanding of what it was. And we do, another thing that was brought up in this questionnaire quite a bit is about the 24th celebration. There's a confusion there. If you go down further into it, it talks about special events are exceptions to those situations. So special events are not going to be highly pushed on. Does that make sense? So anyway, that's what I believe that the ordinance is there for. And that's why I think we're looking at it. Not to be big brother and tell you what to do on your land all the time, but we do have some sense of responsibility to our community group. And unfortunately, when you live in this community group, we all have to agree to some sense of normalcy. And a bunch of camping for a long period of time isn't going to be right. And plus you'd have to have electricity to it. You'd have to have the proper, stuff like that. So this just regulates it to where people are protected. And you as a neighbor who wants to come into the next meeting and say, I'm really sick of my neighbor and all the stuff he's got. Or call the police department and say, hey, this guy is in violation. And we have something to go do something. If you don't have a problem with it, don't worry about it. That's my thoughts on it. All right. Yep. It's over here.
Several years ago, when Rose was mayor, the Lincoln Park information came up anyway again, and so I did some checking on it. By then I had already read Wyoming Title 15, all many pages of it. And one of the things that I noticed in there was if you own a piece of property like the Legion Park and you don't do anything with it for X amount of time, you can lose it. Somebody can come in and so you can lose it. And we haven't done anything with it. When we first moved here, bless his heart, Larry Lewis cleaned it up all the time. And, take his trailer up there and haul the garbage out, and take his trailer up there and cut down some of the limbs. And so, but even Larry got tired of doing it because we'd go up and there used to be a wooden picnic table there and they set it on fire. And Larry cleaned that out. So, and there have been people get permission from cooks and popes and go up there and have something with the church. And they did used to do the, what is it, Mike, that we haven't put back in there? That my mind went blank. Thank you. The barbecues in there. We pulled them out when we moved the fence and we've never put them back because we don't use it. So it is a nice place to go have a picnic. And if you get a hold of the property owners and you're decent and respectful, they do let you go up there. But it's a mess. And if we're not going to take care of it, we've got to do something with it. Otherwise we can lose it. And so, you know, if we need to look at selling it, I think we need to look and see what we need to do, because if it's just going to be a property there that's going to be an issue all the time, and it's come up every year in the 6 years I've served on council, and there doesn't seem to be anything to do about it. So that's just my opinion. Yeah.
Cause I grew up.
Yeah.
And we look at these things long term. So in 10 years, we look back and say you sell it. Will we regret that?
Yeah.
You know, are there creative ways to solve the problems that exist in a way that we maintain an asset, enhance the asset as part of, you know, the quality of life of the community? So those kind of the questions I'm asking myself, because you sell land, it's gone.
It's gone forever.
And so it's I mean, everything's a trade-off, but I think this should be something that we don't take quick action on.
No.
We look at all the options, we consider not just the short term, but the long term benefits to it.
Yeah. And it's history. Grady did his.
Let me say something. As I was growing up, we had all kinds of parties and stuff up at Legion Grounds too, but time has a tendency to screwing things up. But thing is back then, there were different landowners there. Virgil Bailey was there, Kay Cook on both sides, on one side, Bert up there. They could care less who drove up there. They were that kind of individuals. Now there's different people there that have the ground there. And they really don't want people up there. And as far as selling that, there's a 1.3 acres.
No,
There's not,
It's 5 to 6. It's
5 to 6 acres.
that's fenced in.
in.
The rest of it goes to the house, which Cooks had used. But really, the only people that would benefit having would be girls.
And there's history up there. There's history up there. There's a sign that Larry keeps picking up from a scout legal project. And you know, there's just. And
We gotta get back to what we're actually discussing, which is the camping.
I have one more thought, and it's not an ordinance. Another problem we have is we do have a curfew on the town park. Is everyone aware of that? So you have a curfew, but you have overnight camping, they kind of contradict each other. So we either have to get rid of a curfew, keep the camping, or get rid of the camping, keep the curfew. So that's just food for thought, people to know about. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm not so sure we have a dead horse yet. But the fire's getting hot, so should we cook it or not?
I move the motion, we table the reading. Until next council.
And by Brad, the table reading of the ordinance. Second by Teresa, any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Quick question.
Yeah,
Is there anything that we can do or anybody can do in the meeting, like? Between now and the next meeting? What's gonna happen? Is there something I can do? Is there something that you guys are gonna be working on to do? So when we come back. We're not. Yeah, we're thinking. I just.
I don't know what the end of that right now.
Is it just, is it out of town camping or not? That's what we're all worried about.
Can I say something? When this subject was first brought up was in November. It's been 6 months. If we do not make a motion to solve it next month, we have to start all over again. So just so you guys are aware, yep, that's, because it's been 6 months and you only have that, you can only table it a certain amount of times. So just so you guys are aware.
In my honest opinion. I've already kind of said my piece on this. The final thought of what we're trying to do needs to be either next month or we just throw it to the side and forget what we're trying to do and come back to it next year. Which that's what we have to do. We can't introduce something in the same calendar year. Has to be the new calendar year to reintroduce another iteration of this. So basically next month, we either have to have it nailed down and figured out. Or it's done for until next year or future year, whenever somebody else wants to bring it up.
You ask what you can do. Be here for the next meeting and give your feedback. Tell every one of your friends, whoever. We would love this room to be so full. We don't even have chairs.
In the meantime, also reach out to the council members and express your thoughts, feelings on it and say your piece. Because that's ultimately how they get the decision is going to get made.
But if you look at the survey, there's a lot of, everything was in the yeses. Just so you're aware. And me personally, I'm here to, that's the community's thoughts. That's what the community wants. And if they don't, they need to get here, tell us on the next meeting.
And Trevor, once in a while you'll see, and we talked about it, but I don't remember how long ago. Because every once in a while you will see camp trailers up there. And they're there for a few days, but they're railroad workers. So people in the community need to realize most of that part in town belongs to the railroad. And so we have to be respectful of that. But I will say, I went walking the other night at 10:30 and there were little kids playing up at the park. And no parents around. So, you know, which is something we did in LaBarge all the time, but we're also 75 years later. Okay.
Well, since we're in the mood for beating dead horses, any public comments?
Say if you sell the Legion ground, I don't think you're gonna get much money out of it, cause it is landlocked, but if you did, could say, you know, even $5,000 that could put in your road for your. The rifle range and maybe do some improvement there that will actually, you could camp at the rifle range or something. If you're worried about camping so dang much, but I'm just saying. If it's a liability, nobody, I don't even know how to get there, it's been here a year, I guess.
Just follow the sound, can't you hear it?
No, it's the Legion grant.
Oh,
Just go ahead and, if you can't even go up there. But you'd be better off to lease it to Cooks for now and just get $1,000 a year out of that.
Think about it anymore, and it's everywhere. Free access is out the window.
I would lay up there, so with me, if somebody come across the line and threw their garbage on my place and I had to either pick it up from what it sounds like on my property. Better believe I'm putting a sign up. Can't blame.
You know, another thing we need to do is find out what our agreement is with the,
That's what.
no, what our agreement is with the railroad too.
It's easy.
There,
It's a beautification.
there's not much of an agreement there, basically.
But it says we have all administrative. So we're not,
If they.
we're not ruling this.
If they decide they want to build something there, they have the right to do. They're basically giving it to us as free use.
Yeah, because I just had someone ask me, you know, what do we actually have rights to do there anyway?
It's because we have application lease.
Very good. Okay,
We'd like to thank you guys and the beautification committee. I mean, I've only been doing these for a couple of years now, but I feel like you guys are trying to get the input.
It's the momentum.
There is, it feels good. I'm proud to be from Cokeville right now, and we're trying to go in the right direction, so I appreciate you guys and your efforts. I know sometimes it may not feel like we're making a lot of progress, but I do want to thank you guys, and like I said, the beautification committee for your efforts.
Thanks.
sure.
And then we release you guys too.
Okay, let's move on to, if there's no other public comment. Let's move on to reports and off, from officers report.
All right, streets and grounds.
Councilman Lee.
So streets and grounds, just with the weather being as cold as it is, we're not really able to do that this month. So we're gonna see what next month brings. I think in the past, we've done stuff in May, haven't we? A little bit, usually at the end, so we'll just see. It's been a warmer year. As far as grounds go, I think it's a good time to start possibly spraying the park. Getting stuff like that done, but other than that, we haven't really talked about it, but I think that.
Anyway,
Yeah,
I have one thing on the streets. Against my wife's appreciation, I have an addiction to auctions.
Really?
And I purchased a street sweeper on public surplus last week from the city of American Falls. It cost me a whole $730.
what did you think?
He's trying to sell it out for me.
Make it some money.
I'll chip in with.
I'm willing to let the town have it for what I have. It does need a little bit of work to get it stuff, but it's in good style, it's features.
The one that catches it.
It catches it, it's got the double side and it'll clean on the streets.
It does work, it just has hydraulic hose issue.
Yeah, I loaded it on the trailer, with the hydraulic hose. It works, functions, I mean, it does probably need a few maintenance items on it, but that's part of having the street sweeper, it's always gotta have some maintenance, but. Thought process when well, what happened was I was just looking at things and. Cause I'm addicted. And the city of American Falls had 2 of them for sale and called on them. And this one had a reserve for $3,500. And I wasn't willing to fork that much out of my own pockets. But what I figured it would go for. It ended up going for what I thought it would go for and I ended up with it. The guy that I talked to, he gave me the whole records of it. I got a whole folder of all the records that have ever been done to it. And he told me he was really mad at me because he didn't want to sell it. Because he wanted a backup machine. So my thought process was when I bid on it was the town didn't want it, then I'd take it and I'd make sure it was all functional and put it on KSL and some of them. But if the town wants it, I'll let them have it for what exactly it happens. Second one and some level. Give it up.
They just threw one away.
So, hopefully,
We have the budget or we have the budget.
I think we could find 750 bucks anywhere.
It's because sometimes we figure we don't have any.
So,
But
yeah, I get that whole thought process.
Probably can get a GoFundMe account in the ready that's a Cokeville that's paid double for your streets.
I know that. Well, part of what sparked the whole conversation, there was some comments on Facebook about kids picking up candy out of Main Street during the parade. So that's why I even started looking, but I'm trying to be nice.
Thing is, you never know when the state.
They can't get theirs when they want. They only get it once a year and it's whenever they feels like giving it to them. That may be in December when it's useless, so.
We have not spent anything out of our capital outlays in administration at all this year.
I was looking at the streets to see what we have.
That works too.
I have a comment.
Yeah.
So I have, my only concern is where are we gonna house this? Where are we gonna keep it? It's the same thing with the big, nice,
This can sit outside. It won't hurt at all. It's been outside.
pretty much all day. It doesn't go anywhere, it just sits outside. But
It cleans itself when it starts sweeping. Not gonna stop, raspberry on park.
yeah, it's a snow sweeper in the winter. I'll bet it does. I mean, these are things that I think.
Looks like it's voting.
I mean, I get for the price of it, it's fine, but I'm just saying, when you start spending money, then.
Park it at the lead.
Let's park it at the Legion. We have to get permission. Hey.
Tracy said that we should have those expenses under streets and equipment and supplies and maintenance, 600.
For the next 2 months, we have about 600 in that we'll use, and so we'll still have about 2,000 left.
So that case, that seems like an easy solution.
Now,
Yeah.
I say that with the fact that no lumber up.
Because it's a service, something we do every year.
State your budget.
I think it's.
And it will be beneficial because our gutters down Main Street have been yucky. Great.
Well, we were thinking of having it be part of our town cleanup. One of the projects that we do is big gutter.
Yeah.
So. The.
He was thinking it have to do.
Ordering capital.
Okay with that.
Location of that.
The Asian style that.
Don't spend too much money.
You can take it out of that one.
Kobe, did you already have marked for the flowers out of something?
So I have that. Capital.
And the branding, the pay that we need to pay her for branding?
Yeah. If the town chooses that they wanna buy it, I do. And I'm not gonna make that. I will pay from.
I'm not on that, do we need to make a motion? Anyone want to entertain one?
Purchase this sweeper for the purposes of the town.
Mayor's wife, not the mayor. We're not buying it from him.
We gotta buy it.
We're buying it, we're buying it from Amy Peck. Check will be sent to Amy Peck. We got you back.
Works for me. A motion by Carl,
Right.
second by Teresa. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
I gotta abstain, sorry. Motion carries. All right, we can move on to Parks and Recreation.
We've already done, we've got everything we need, everything we've done, our communications, good.
Oh, wait. You need to do the contract. We have fair, pay them 50% the artist.
Yeah, I was gonna ask the contract.
It's like,
Okay.
Okay, good, because that was gonna be the question that we gotten yet. So, and then, since there are people here, we need to get some, I mean, these girls are so good, every time I ask them, they nod their heads, yes. And, but we need a committee for the 4th of July celebration, 250 years. I need lots of ideas and I need lots of people. And so if people are interested in being a part of that, let me know and I'll set up a meeting time when we can get together and put a committee together and see what Cokeville wants to do. The 4th of July has just kind of fell apart, but the last 3 or 4 years, it's increased a little bit and it's been really nice. So, so that's something that I want to do, but I need your input, not just mine. So just let me know. You all know where I live. Just stop and visit or else call me. And then too, I want everybody to keep in mind, you know, with everything we're doing for the special stuff this year. And I've talked to a lot of people and everybody's so busy, it's hard to know what to do for the kiddos this year. And so, but that's something too, we need to start thinking about. What do you want done for the kids? Because the Himmer does and they do ball and the kids go there to play ball. Because it's Little League, I don't blame them. So those are all thoughts we need to think about what we need for those kids, you know, and we can help do that. So, any comments?
I had one, not related to that in the coin. Are we supposed to be following up with that or you guys?
I'm contact with Bob King and the
Okay.
city.
Okay, good.
Okay. That's all I have.
And
They did reach out wondering what the heck, where it was.
okay, we just really remembered that last meeting and we were supposed to be running point or if we were gonna.
I don't know who was supposed to, but I have been in contact with him. If you guys wanna take it, I'll let you, but I think it's just easier just let me just finish out with it. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Wayne.
Water systems up and doing all right, I'm like.
Yeah.
One thing I wanna, what have you heard on our, is it got finished?
Yeah, the part on back order is supposed to be, but we're hoping to be done by the end of the week.
Field trip. You'll pick it up.
Yeah.
I do have to go over there on the 21st, so if it's done by then, somebody can ride with me and drop them off.
I'll go.
Sewer system's all right.
You got a CDL?
That's all I have. I don't, oh, one thing that we should be getting. Should be getting some bids on stuff for this year. And, oh, one other thing is, HK contractor's been contacted, they want to know if we can, if we want some of these tailings off, then we start going over this road. Cause they're gonna let it go, this, municipalities before they get let any private people take it. So if we want some, they're supposed to be ground up within 3/4 of an inch. According to Trevor, so that'll be pretty good stuff, so. If we can find a place where we can dump quite a bit of it, I'll use it for sure. The bids aren't let out yet, but they want to start construction right around the 1st of June.
I would say we probably was.
Yep.
I told him we probably take quite a bit. I talked to Mike the other day. But it was. Some of that, yeah, the dirt back there, but we talked about stuff, so it's ground up nice, it's good stuff to have. We can perfect stuff, well, in the area, and in the, like the rifle range, where we could add it. But you get all in here, we all in there. Yeah, lost track. That's good. Charles? Uh-oh, show and tell again.
Don't unplug the wrong. Plug the recorder.
This works. Um, So about a month ago, we had a work session. And the intent of the work session was to bring the council together with employees and start to develop some. The focus for this meeting was to identify some doable goals for this year. As we're coming into your budget session, your idea is that you don't just kind of blindly fund everything 5% addition. You say, what are the goals of the community? Because your budget is a resource to fund what you want to accomplish. And so it was, I think we spent about 2 hours. We identified, first, what are some of the issues that we wanted to address as a community, and then what's our game plan for doing that. And so just want to quickly go over these kind of reporting and get feedback. But so we kind of organized it by, some of the major functions of the community. So one of the first was improving planning and execution capability. And just to be candid, back I think in 1982, we had kind of a comprehensive plan for the community, and engineers came in. I didn't even know it existed until you found it.
Oh.
And in reviewing it, like nearly nothing was done with it.
Nothing.
A lot of things they talked about that could have been done. I mean, there's still pressing issues.
Yeah, they are.
And so one of the things we're trying to do is say, how do you improve this gap between plans that create and actual implementation? And the volunteer model it has its limitations, we can strengthen it. So one of the things, we've resubmitted an application with AmeriCorps Vista that where we could, it's called a project. If it's approved, we won't do it for a couple of months. Then we could actually hire someone to work on community development projects for the next 1 to 2 months. That'd be the full-time job to coordinate with not just the committees, but the community, to just boots on the ground, someone keeping things moving. And we, anyway, someone that look from here, it kind of creates a job. So we'll find out whether that's happened. The program strategic council, when Trump came in, and they just refunded it. On the second, build grant search application and management capabilities, again, governments, a lot of they're able to do things because of their ability to get grants. And we got 5 from Cokeville go to Evanston grant. So one of the things we need to determine is, well, how do we utilize those? You know, is this just kind of individual skill, or do we have someone actively looking for funds that align with what Cokeville is trying to accomplish, and how do we coordinate that? I think there's tremendous potential. I mean, I identified housing as a major issue. So three things: identify potential growth areas, update planning and zoning requirements, especially as it relates to new construction, and then enforce building codes. And all the assessments we heard over and over again. Not just the codes, but just, you know, how the town looks and so forth. With community engagement, so again, you know, the council, we get paid really well. And obviously, we accomplish a lot because we're paid so well. But, you know, we've seen what really energized, you know, young members of the community can accomplish in a short amount of time. And there are multiple areas where this can be done. So in some of the brainstorm, we've said, you know, ideally you have a functioning beautification committee, also deals with cultural, we got to stand at, recreation committee, a functioning chamber that also does tourism, and then planning and zoning. So we need to kind of revisit having functioning committees that are working in these other areas to it's not going to be just done by the people sitting here. And these were some of the other things I just wanted to, you know, show you, talk about the tourism. And one thing we have on the website, this, if you're a planning nerd, so if you go to the website now, all of the master plan elements are on here. And again, these are just places to start. So you have a transportation plan. A lot of time and money was put into this, and a lot of things that we're talking about, wayfaring and so forth, they have to be good. I don't know if the beautification committee has gone through that, but there's some really good research and best practices, and they can kind of integrate with the great thinking that this group is doing. So anyway, these are just some of the things that we talked about doing for, you know, the next basically 12 months, and essentially we need to kind of formalize some of these things. I think the committee, revisit committee structure, identifying again how we work better with the community to move forward in a way that everyone feels good about. So anyway, the other comment is the chairperson for Wyoming tourism will be coming from Cokeville. I think it's on the 23rd.
The
23rd. And so if anyone wants to meet with them and Dan Dockstetter during that trip, I don't know the duration of how long they'll stop here. We're in between their lunch with the Starlight Chamber, the afternoon or evening. So boy.
Good. Eric, go.
Can I ask a question that's out of mind, but it's in his, it's in Charles's? Dana Lee, her little greenhouse that's she's had back there for 15, 20 years, the wind damaged it. And she wants to replace it, but it will be the same size. It'll be in that same footprint with what she has now, because she doesn't do a lot of big stuff in it. And she wondered, is that gonna take a building?
In my opinion, for sure.
Okay, all right.
That's
Okay,
my opinion.
everybody okay with that, if I tell her that? Okay, because that's kind of what I thought. Because it is, all right, I will let her know. Thank you very much.
giving that shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, you.
In the zone deal on building permit.
Oh, that's right.
If you need to go to the restroom, it'd be good. Time for everybody to get back out of here. I hope your war down, so it doesn't take too long. And then the other question I had for you, did Ashland from Game and Fish, he tried to send you an acceptance on your grant, but I gave her the wrong email. So I gave it.
Did get that.
Did you receive that? As long as you got it, that's all.
Go ahead.
On the other?
Yeah.
So I tabled my building permit request in Hamlet subdivision because I had some questions. So I've done a month of research and I've already dug into it. Talked to a couple of councilmen that were involved in different aspects of the city and past mayors and I've researched all the records anybody could find. So just the problem, first of all, is that when the Jewett subdivision went in there, it was approved by the city. Some of the things like the street, like Hunter Way was defined and there was a term for it, I forget, but it was accepted. And at that time, the way was stated by the council that would be open to emergency services, fire, and public traffic and city regulation. And that was all accepted by the city. So the problem there was that when they went bankrupt, the city failed to require an adequate bond off of us. And they walked away and the next thing left, the city got stuck with it. Okay. So, and there's some super issues, there's some water issues, there's some road issues. So then come along with the Hemrick subdivision. They resurveyed it. He tried to save what was left there. And at that time, there it was living here and the city, Micah asked and was granted 2 variances because they needed to save that what was left. They couldn't afford paving. So the city gave him a grant to gravel the street instead of paving and one variance on the width of the street. Make that go. Okay, so they required him to find the gravel, do the street, and according to Micah, he had the city provided an engineer to inspect his work. It was approved, and Eric Larson, the mayor at the time, said the full intent of that was take that street over and take care of it, make it a city street, according to the first plat acceptance. When he completed that, and then nobody followed up. And there's inadequate records in the town minutes. Nobody can find the engineer's report, we reported back to them and said, yes, he met the specs. And so just mayor's changed and councilman changed and like nobody followed up. And so what you've got right now is that Hunter Way is owned by Micah and Corinne Henry. The city does not own that street. Nobody ever followed through and did the paperwork. And so the other thing is we've had to discuss this, so all these areas have caused a problem like who's gonna move possible? Or are you gonna permit fee? One in order to plow the road and take care of the crap on the road. And then, so some of these are easily fixed. Micah didn't know still on the road, till I told him, by the way. And I told some council and the city to work with me on this. So that's an easy fix. That was the intent of everybody at the time. Just need to follow up with him. So what I'm speaking and suggesting is a solution to a lot of who's down there. What is that as a potential permit builder or whatever. I would like to be in writing from the city accepting Hunter Way as a public road, if you're gonna maintain it and plow snow with it, keep it open to the services like accepted in the first Jewett subdivision, and also with the sewer and water. And there's some easy fixes, and I'd like to get in writing, just so I got a copy of it for you. You got several $100. Yeah, I would. That would be an easy fix. The city could approach Micah. They already agreed to that. They thought it was done well. So probably the city should pursue that and get a title signed over so you can do that. And just make that community take care of it, which should be a big deal. The water and sewer, the sewer is empty right now. And I found in several places in the minutes where there was gravel in the manhole covers and talking to the city, I think on the ball. Some of those, at least one of those was not properly grouted when it was built and left and abandoned. And the city took care of the one down by the pumping station and crawled in there and grouted it because there was no leak, flood water coming in the ground. to flood the sewer system because the sewer pipes hadn't been caulked around the manhole. That one was fixed. There's 4 or 5 more manholes along Hunter Way. The unknown status of the one company, one meeting said there's gravel in there. So it would be really handy right now, so you guys own a full $50,000 truck to clean with manhole covers. And there's nothing floating down that sewer line right now. Crawl down there and make sure those manhole covers have been grouted and clean the gravel out, make sure they're existing and functioning by checking with manhole covers. Be cheap and easy right now. The water line, in most streets in Cokeville, the water lines are put so they loop, so water flows through those. If we did in bad water situation, doesn't help. When they first turned the water on 100 Way, there was in that middle lot, that was owned by Monkey Henry at the time, they had a gusher, and there was a main running down into one of the units. And it hadn't been properly capped or put for. So they had to dig that up and he put hydrant on it. So I kind of wonder how many of those other ones there, like the lot I had in the original Jewett subdivision was 3 lots, so I've got 3 city water lines stuck to my property. And I don't know how many of them were ever properly capped or put for. And so, and the other thing is, when they did that, they turned on the one valve down by Olson Road. And I think the city thinks there's probably at least one on the valve, probably in the neighborhood of Pearl on 7th Street, that if it's closed, wouldn't allow that water to circulate through that loop. And there might be a whole bunch of way old bad water sitting in that line. So the city, that would be an easy fix, because the city just needs to go check it out, make sure they're open water. So, but it would be really nice to say that the intent of the city was to, and the other thing is that would fix most of the problems that were caused by the shortcomings of some of the previous actions. And the only other thing I would suggest is Hunter Way would be the only only street in Cokeville that doesn't have pavement. And so at some point in the future, I just think that should be a priority for the city to cover what we get on to do. But it'd really be nice to have that coming, right?
So there are a couple of things there, and I'll just kind of try to address them real quick. When it comes to the proper channels being followed for the adoption of all the things, that burden falls upon the landowner, it doesn't fall upon the city. So the intent was that the city, yeah, and I read the minutes, the intent was the city would accept that. But the landowner never followed through, whoever that would have been at the time. So going forward, that intent still needs to be the same. The landowner needs to follow through if that's what their intent to do is. So in this case, Micah would have to come back to the town council and present that this is what they would like to do. The town council would vote on it and accept it. And that would be on Micah's burden to go and file that information with the county, saying that he is giving that right away to the town, just like we're doing with this vacation of 7th Street. The burden's on us to vacate it because we own the right of way. So we have to go file with the county to vacate it. Does that make sense what I'm saying?
Yeah, I just wondered if or the entity's getting it from a private individual, if it wouldn't be in the town's best interest to protect your interests, have your attorney or title company do it so that the title transfer was full purpose.
We would have all the parties involved, yes, but the burden is upon the current landowner to push that across the finish line. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Same thing with the water and the sewer setup. I don't know where that all stands and I don't know what's been accepted. I'm still trying to figure that all out. I think we accepted the water, but we didn't accept the sewer because of the conditions of this. Water where it's a stub line, we probably should put a process in where we flush that stub line every so often, just to keep the water fresh in it. We don't have to have a loop line, we should have a flush process in, so we don't have stagnant water in it.
So the question I have is, what you say, well, the sewer won't do that.
Yeah, and
The sewer, water, well.
I don't know where the sewer stands. That's the one thing I haven't figured out. We're still trying to navigate all the ways and yeses and noes and minuses and all that stuff. I'm just trying to do my due diligence to understand what we're at. And you're right, we do have a truck, we can go and check those manholes, what we need to do. We're hoping to get a camera attached to this truck, so when we send it down, we can check all these lines and see what the kind of condition they're in. I am guessing there's gonna be a few problems with that sewer. Just because of what we've seen with the history of it already.
So if that's the case, the city would accept it as subdivision. It's buried under the city street, the city, B city street, the city streets. 7th Street control. There's a city.
If the city is so I haven't fully figured out if the city's actually accepted that sewer line. If the city has fully accepted that sewer line, the responsibility to make the main line work is the city's responsibility. The services are not the city's responsibility ever. Even under the main road, not a sewer. The services to the properties. So if there's a stub out to your property, that's your responsibility.
And water. Not stubbed. Yes.
I'm guessing it's not, I don't know. I would have to see a plat map and probably see a camera on the system.
In talking to several mayors, city employees, after. There needs to be a little better record keeping and follow up.
I would agree 1,000%. Yeah,
I'm sure, I don't know how many hundred pages. I can't find it.
so little history here. I've built a couple hundred subdivisions in my life. I went through this whole process on the contractor side. I know what the process is on the contractor side. So I know what's lacking on our side. And we're lacking. I'm trying to fix that going forward. It's a process. Hopefully, we can get a process down to where anything future going in covers all these setbacks that we've had with.
So in issue, so I've got a project sitting on hold till something happens. You have a timeline idea and what?
I wish I did at the point of go. But I am working on trying to find all the information out, make sure we got all of our I's dotted, our T's crossed. We're all in our agreements and we're not. What I don't want to have happen is 3 months down the road and you're in the middle of something and then there's a big war. Because, we want to make sure we get everything correct before there's a problem.
One of the suggestions you have is the way. City until you get some. Always a patch the wall to the base.
Or let them. I have a question, if you don't mind me. I'm kind of under the same agreement with Neil here. If 100 away, it's supposed to be ours, even though the burden lands on Micah. I don't want this to turn out to be the same problem we have with the right of way that goes out to our sewer.
That's a whole different.
It's not in the same fact is I do think the city has responsibility to make sure that Micah fulfills his. At some point, we need to have some type of communication. I'm just.
I agree. The burden does not rest upon so that process is followed.
But if that's gonna be our road, and that's the purpose of being able to take care of these new subdivisions.
We're not the ones that need to go and say, we're taking this.
So
It's a subdivider's responsibility to present that to the town and the town accept it. And then the subdivider's responsibility is to go and file that with the county, all the proper legal paperwork.
And so the lack of communication was a subdivider believed that already happened to start off with, so he wasn't told that. And the other thing is, he was inspected by an engineer hired by the city of Cokeville to make sure he had met all the requirements. And
I understand what we think happened, but we don't have any record of that yet. We haven't found it, and that's the biggest problem. There's no black and white out there saying this is all happened.
Well,
And until that black and white exists, it hasn't happened.
Yes, but like I said, Oh, Eric Larson said, yes, that was the intent, that was agreed, and that's what he was supposed to do, he did it. And,
And legally though, that doesn't have any, that's the problem.
Can I say something? So I spoke to the county about this particular issue. Regardless of what the town intended to do or not, the owner did not follow through. Therefore, those are void. It does not matter what we said we were going to do, because the owner did not follow through on his part. All of the rest of it's been void. You have to start from the very beginning all over again.
Oh.
That is what the county said. That's what the county said. Because. So he has to.
Hang on, calm down. You have a problem, you can come to me. And I was handling.
Right.
Let's go.
Point of order, point of order. Point of order.
Just wait a second. Get down here, look.
Yeah,
You do this in the right way.
but one more not perfect like that.
Point of order.
I'm just stating what the county has said. For going forward, anything that was proposed in the past, because it was not followed through all the way, it's void, it does not matter. Now, he can, like what I told you before, he can bring it back to the county and bring it back to the council and repropose it. But he's gonna have to do that. But it doesn't matter whether the town accepted it or not, it was never followed through. He did not sign his rights to the property over to the town.
Process. You just have to follow through the process.
Exactly, that's exactly what it is.
I get it if you want to come in and make a motion, to take it.
That's all it is.
He has
It's
to.
just that subdivision, it's been through 3 times.
Okay, address the mayor, please, not for the second time.
Address the council, please.
One thing I do know. Let's get this figured out. Work together with it. Try to keep level heads. And we'll go from there. I know this right from the get-go, this Jewett subdivision was a fiasco right from the get-go. They weren't bonded to begin with, and that's where I think the town messed up, because they didn't have them come up with a bond. They walked away from the job when it wasn't completed. And that's where the problem starts, right there. They left an unfinished job. And it was up to either the landowners or whoever, the town or whatever, to finish the job. The job never got finished. And now you got a great job over there that you and whoever else is gonna go, is gonna have to put up with. But I know the town, we're willing to work with whatever we gotta do, let's work together and get it solved.
One thing that I will not come up with though is demands. Period, demands. That will not happen. You're not gonna come in here and make demands of the council. You can come in and make requests to this council, to this town. But we're not gonna make demands. I'm just telling you right now. And I told you what the solution was and you didn't like it. Now you're mad. We'll put this some other time. We'll get something figured out.
Just along those lines, because it's a time.
It is.
So are we clear about what the next steps are?
The next steps are,
I think it happened, well, it comes in and they do the motion.
the next steps are, I will say what needs to happen. Thanks, Ben. The next steps are the current landowner needs to come in and make a request of the council that we adopt not only the road. If the water system, I think the water system is adopted, we gotta figure out what's in black and white, the biggest. Because there were some issues where this was discussed 6 years ago and some things were followed, some things were not. There's there's a problem on more than one party where nothing got followed through. I'm not saying the blame's on Mike alone, the blame's not on the town alone, the blame's on anybody. There's about 15 individuals that were involved in this that screwed me. And it's caused harder, but the next steps are the current landowner has to come in and start that process of saying, we want to have this accepted by the town. So that we can get in black and white what we are accepting, we'll probably have to go out there and check everything out, make sure it's all up to snuff. And if there's some repairs that need to be done and stuff that we haven't accepted, we can probably come to some kind of a mutual agreement where we can make it happen. But that discussion has to happen in a formal requested manner to go forward. They're gonna come in and say, you own it, it's your problem, then at that point, we have a decision in the council where we say, is this worth us dealing with, or do we need to abandon it and start over? There's a lot of things that are out there but we need to have, like Wayne said, level heads about it and getting things pushed across the finish line. I think the problem really is there was people involved that didn't know what the process was. And they couldn't convey that process to people properly. And that shortcoming was on a lot of people's. And I'm not trying to sit here and cause blame or cast blame. I'm just trying to get it done the right way so it's done and finished and over with. But the process has to be followed. Whether it takes 3 months or 6 months, that's what it's gonna take. The process has to take what it takes. And I apologize for that. And I don't want the landowners to be upset saying this town's not willing to work, but that's absolute BS. The town is absolutely willing to work. They're trying to make it the right way, the proper way. We're not just going on handshake agreements. We're going on legal easements, legal agreements. And I'm sorry if you don't like that. That's just the way things have to go in today's world. The other thing is, and you might take offense to this, but if you're going and purchasing property, I would suggest you do your due diligence to see what's out there and what's been happening before you purchase the property. If you don't do your due diligence, the burden also falls on you for what you purchased into. You gotta accept some of that risk. So, I mean, there's a lot going on here that, yeah, it's not right, but is it fixable? Yes. Is it gonna take time? Yes. Is people's patience gonna be tried and tested? Yes. And I apologize for that, but we're trying to do things the right way and the correct way going forward. And having people get upset at us because we're trying to do things the right way doesn't help anything at all. And if that's the way you're gonna be, we don't want to. I'm sorry.
Mayor, we have, I think my feeling is we are obligated, to previous agreement. It sounds like we have a path forward. That's why I want to get beyond this. Because what if we're hard to work with, even if we're cleaning up things from the past, people won't want to come here or they won't want to be here. They'll go find some places that's easier to work with. In fact, I think that's really on the table. So I'm just my intent, that we meet our obligations where we can. I appreciate the research that both need to be done to find out what that path
I have a question. What about doing things the right way? It's being hard to work with.
The work
I think there's an argument with the right.
Yeah,
Because we're not agreeing with your personal sentiment on ethnic control as a whole. That's my view. So I do think there's a way to move forward there, and we will do it the proper way. I get what you're saying there. I don't really feel like it was out of line earlier, but it's just me. Let's move on to the next.
Neil, yeah.
I do. Officially and publicly apologize for losing temper, inviting you outside to the night number one. I'm sorry, I'll buy.
I as well. I apologize for being.
Thanks both.
I appreciate that.
ask a little teeny tiny clarification question? You might know the answer to this, I don't know, if everybody does. Who was the engineer in that way back then for the town?
Just for.
It was still Forestry?
Been hours over there trying to fix screw ups after they left.
Mike, was it Forestman's back then?
Okay.
Okay. Right. Okay, thank you.
Bottom line, we don't have enough black and white information, process and file with proper evidence to make it legally binding. In all of the purposes. Going forward, we have to make that process complete. And until the current landowner comes in and presents that to the council, nothing that we as the town can really legally do.
Right.
I know that causes heartburn and struggles and pain, but that's the fact of the. Apologize for being. Fix it going forward so we don't have this problem again in the future, and that's what we're trying.
And I'll make a commitment to you that I'm going to go forward. Do the best I can to find out what's going on. And make things right. So you're not out there in limbo waiting for what's going on. We need to get things in process, right?
Thank you.
And I would like to thank Tracy. Spending the time of going through 12 years worth of records, trying to find the information on this subdivision. On our records. And she's done a diligent job and she's found some information that just, there's not enough there that says what. And I just want to publicly thank her for putting it.
I want to apologize for previous councils who didn't do enough paperwork to make it as hard as it is today. There's a lot of missing paperwork in this town. And well, we can't go back and point fingers. We just have to move forward the best we can. I'm not pointing any finger. I'm just saying we, as a town, as a whole, the previous people should have done a better job at that. And I'm just gonna tell you I'm gonna do the best I can to make sure we have documentation the way it needs to be. So that this doesn't come up again in some other situation.
Is that all you had, Neil?
Absolutely.
Isn't that enough for one night?
Still going on the plate, so get through it, I guess. Eric, do you have anything, please?
The only thing I really have is for you guys' information. A couple weeks ago, we delivered 3 nuisance letters to private property, 1 to a business. 2 of them, 1 responded, and I knew the circumstances before. So he's responded and kind of cleaned up some of his property. The business has taken care of what the issue was. It's still in the process of taking care of the issue. I think we've got a couple other things. 1 will probably push the ordinance all the way to the end because he doesn't believe that the town has the right to tell him what's doing on private property. Just for you guys' information. So. Thank you for doing that. So.
Thank you very much.
Just to let you know that we are looking at the nuisance and addressing and let's see. That's something I have to think.
Thanks, Eric. Mike?
We just working with, Midwest Assistance. And they're gonna come in and do our GIS. For nothing.
Oh,
What is it?
Yeah, mapping the water system.
Very good.
You're done. Like 5 years or a year. We need to pay for. That's when we see, that's when it's done. We don't have to do anything out of pocket.
As far as administration, I have some things that we need to discuss in personnel matters. In an executive session, and I'm entertaining.
I second it.
Me too.
Really much when you get sick of that, it's always like, oh, you can. There might be people up there. Great bubble. Which kids the other day. Oh, it's about 30 years, you're like losing.
The buddy hates turkey. Brothers.
That little.
The son, turkey, I had to do that, yeah.
I was gonna give it up, but I couldn't answer.
You don't have any research. It's like this thing that happened in his hand. I grew up. Thanks for getting us from that. Thank you. Remember, you think it's. It's popcorn held over, but. Big gets eaten the world.
Hey, Mike, we do confidence day on June 13th. That would work. Just did it for you.
My gosh.
I will. Hey, yeah. We'll bring you. We're good. And any project ideas you want to give us, we're gonna try to have later. Kind of to the way, so people know when they're trying. And you have other.
Well, now we've got this.
No, he's selling him on heat. Because we have.
Oh, you were really sick.
So other than that.
That was.
And. Right. Because there's all of the point, that's the short sign. We think those. Projects. But we have it, so we can, no matter change, there's so much of the day. Yeah, I'm watching them out. I'm gonna, only because I've been pressures to the alert. The whole yard. And the thing is, it's stronger. And then when we had I know. I asked for a number. Maybe on weekend. Going, I'm gone. Not that I really want to do them, but I just. That chemistry. We have to do. Not really cover the interviews. There's all of them. I didn't know that's as a mic. Just expect to be giant is peaceful and ours and they go there. The back one, you know, to make out. One of the other. Yeah, I think for sure it can be done. Oh, the you said you're fun for, but maybe it's a lot of, that we after. Okay, no, he knew that was cut off, she was up at Friday. So we could try to change it. You guys there. Okay. I'll probably get it to see if we make this, or we just get the questions that we get.
Yes, I see.
Would love to do that too. Yeah. Okay. You guys get your trip booked? You need it to get it go. Look at the speaker. He's like, yeah, we did. No. That's not. Stay. Do that. Where are you going? Some stuff. So where would you like to fit? Somewhere. Oh, and you never told. You put it in. It's gonna cram style. Yeah.
People.
Take it. It's highway, right? Almost town. And then first.
Right?
Play softball in the school year, a third of the pickleball. So there is. Those two go spots.
Our kids are in town, they go back down there. Sure. Sure. Yeah, yep, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Understand what they're doing. Real.
Every time it comes back, it's that. It's like that.
Right, right, right. Just get it. When go with the subdivision, right? Vacation. They're awesome. So deep. So. So kidding. So you said you didn't anything.
They wanted to be a revolution.
Right, right. So, well, that's what I said.
That's it.
And then you guys have all the.
Church Thursday church. Yes, I have. So we can this. First card.
See, I didn't even know this was that you didn't play, so you just buried it.
Yep.
It's fine. Right.
Well. Yeah, no, there. I was in the log, actually there. Some people were pretty people. Like.
Well, I played one time and
Upstairs. As I come in this. So, I need to. And I just. It's.
everything in their house with furniture and stuff and. Oh my god.
Well, not everything.
I just know what it's like, we did it. Twice within a year,
It works on stuff down.
yeah. Yeah.
I'm saying, see.
Yeah.
That's cool, that's cool.
Yeah. The dogs don't have. Then once. If there's that you just get tired, you'll just feed the best. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it is. I don't call it like this. It's a different rights and things. It's it's all fair day. That's on because on days. Everybody had confidence.
Yeah, oh, yeah. That was great. That worked perfect.
I didn't say it.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes.
Just choose the others. There's a lot of them, a lot of them. Then if you get her cheer, she goes and. What's the problem? I don't.
I'm sure, because they already have. Yeah. Well. Yeah.
Yeah. And so my house. Her, a bunch of, and then you know, do anything. So I told them. Oh, you go. Skittish. I God wants.
It's crazy how fast they can go. And I put all this through the night. It's already. It's just how it goes. It's how we.
Okay. You can be excited about my games. Yeah. It's like either stage. It's gotta be a seat. I don't think so.
So you guys are, right? And the activities, yeah. Have you been doing like couple nights, or right, or something? Bentley?
It's. Jackson instead, so one can't be a vision.
Oh.
Yeah,
Jade.
See. We bro, it's a 10-year plan.
Yeah. I don't think it is. He probably prays every day. It's not. He's scared. Yeah. Cody's not quite there yet. Thankfully, right? Oh, there.
What was her plan, what's one residence lived on?
It changed.
Exactly. Exactly. Different time. Yeah. Sure. Sure. Yeah. Some people would be, there's going to be great, there's so many great. Yeah. A lot of different stuff. I'll just say that. You know, because normally it's not that long. They have to keep it under wraps. Out of town. And I told my brother-in-law, he's basically been great Mr. Bricks. Good news. They just put a new one in. You'll be safe when you get here. Yeah. Yes. Right. Yeah.
So. 4 years.
Yeah. That makes sense, yeah. Whole time. It's crazy. Awesome. That's what you need to do. In readers that want to get. Yeah. He's on board with it. They pay her with some soda, some caffeine and sugar. Yeah, that guy. I don't know, it's like elementary students come to the house, but it is. Yeah. I think you're good.
It is.
That used to be like the scary house. Like, no, really, that rock wall. No, yeah, nobody went to see him do sports on his feet. Yes, I was gonna say. Sure, kids are free. So I bet they're stoked. Are you kidding? Yeah, because what reason did they have here? Just to a weekend away. It's fine. Yeah. It was. It says. You want.
This is. Just like something stuff or.
Yeah.
Or just learn walking, they would all. Says even that, then they'll. Also.
Hey, don't forget Brand.
It's just so Stacy, you're my DD. Yeah. And other thing, yeah. Yeah. Well, Bill, maybe carrying this system too. Oh, I don't. I think you have, even this the whole. That you yes, no. Yeah. We still gotta deal with the aftermath. You can't forgive me. Really, you want to, yeah, there's something. Frankly, yeah. So they fell on, you know, Chili Bar, I mean, did they? For the single one who has been there. This meeting. Yeah. Skateboard. I'm sure.
Yeah.
The place.
Why?
You have, you know,
Yeah. No.
yeah.
40,000.
Right, yeah.
Paid.
Living.
So now. Change that.
Yeah.
But anyway, the old job, so it's just. But then same one, I think, but. The only thing I'm gonna tell you is.
Oh my God. So the cost just went like.
This is.
If you do, yeah. Yeah, but I really like Bruce's. So my money goes. So, I like it. Yeah. Yeah. Cause when you moved here, did you think it was mostly forever? You didn't know. Okay, okay. Do actually.
System. Here.
You need it. Yeah, you did. Yeah. Right. Well, I always figured it would be like a summer house. Or people have that. Yeah, because the summer's here. Yeah. Sure. And they hear, guys, be another top priority, guys. Did you know? Because of. Yes, yes. It's your time. It's just his blood type. I'm just crazy what he was. Mosquito. So my blood is my blood is vampire blood. Where I crave more blood, like red meats and things like that. Yeah. And if you have that tendency to crave that, then the mosquitoes don't like you. My whole family has it, but we can sit next to each other and he'll get 17 all of them. And I'm like, and it's not easy to get. So to me, it doesn't bother to sit out there because it don't bother me.
So you guys are inland and.
We also didn't sell our house because our kids were.
Which is
That's if we sold it, we could never live in it.
never, yeah, that's exactly, that's one of them, my sister's biggest thing, is they don't have to move. They can stay there, and so we will never get this house. It's used ever, yeah. So that's been more than, I mean, they've been looking at this for a year, trying to decide if they're gonna go after.
So. Be 14.
Yeah.
We go on a year-long cruise.
Wow. That's amazing.
It goes all over the world. It really got to.
Hey, guys.
That's one.
Yeah. So then you gotta have your kids be able to, don't go too far, come back to our house.
When I die, my kids have to cremate me and then go on a cruise to spread my ashes.
There you go. It's not easy. It's not easy. Nice. So you're not gonna, are you gonna put specific places or you're just gonna say anywhere in and
It has to
out?
be a 7-day or longer cruise.
Okay.
Because my,
To see if they
When
feel
you
each other.
agree-
Totally.
so I want them there, but I
Are you
don't want.
paying for this? Or are you saying you got paid for it? You
It's
got paid
in
for it?
it's our bills for the beneficiary and
Okay.
it's part of that. Population.
Do that.
Wait, can I just pretend something? Eric's, it's gonna happen to Eric too, he just is like, be there, this doesn't know. I do. You think you're not first? Yeah.
There's a lot of stress involved.
A lot of stress.
Honestly, definitely, you have not the best genetics.
What if we better get? Yeah. That's why I married a guy for you, Jen. Yeah. That you might be.
You got it too.
So.
Take you back anytime, be back. I think. Dave's needs a good boss. But let's be on the beautification committee still. Oh, yeah. You got somebody to fill in for you, Tracy, if you haven't picked anybody yet? That's what they're. Davis is done, no. It's super vital.
Yeah.
Davis has to do. For a minute, that's true. That's true. We don't win.
First.
Been there running for 6 months.
Yeah. Not, yeah. It's.
It's just a matter of, it's the first on.
Seriously, so crazy. Yeah.
We told 3 people. Bowie, Davis, and Jan.
Oh, that's why.
But she's our landlord.
Oh, right. Well, and I spent, was it Monica Johnson posted looking for rentals? So it just is like that, like, you know what I mean? No, pull me. Oh, correct. I was like, I was the only one in the car. And then. He's like, oh, thanks. But I. It was this, tells, yeah, over. Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, it was just funny, like, I already know town stuff is stays where I'm here and then. Yeah. You know, just stuck in the house. Did they give you? That's why you're not.
So.
You didn't get it. You're gonna
People water. Instead of like digging out of the back. Water right there. This is why you're looking for.
It'll pay. Yeah.
I'm not, for sure. Is there a problematic system that we got? Yeah. I mean, yeah. But okay. I'd always get nervous every time there's something up like my house for rest. What's going on? I know my house is doing. I've been trying to decide if we're gonna a box here. Because I don't want to deal. That's the only thing I had for one bathroom on there, but now we're gonna have. Like kids bathrooms. Yeah, my brother. Yeah, like my brother. Tell me when they want to do it out. You want to do it? Like you gotta think about that. Millions that are not playing that. Right, and I have 3 boys. Yeah. Really? They're just like David.
Watching me at the station.
He was pretty quiet.
Became just dance. Numbers. All the team riding their bikes to the football field and playing football, something like that.
Yeah.
And they have them on leash there, but there's a leash.
Yeah. If you go to outside, it's a blue. Oh, they have those nice tubes, and I might get one of nice tubes. Fanning hates, she's ready for her, but the backboard is a little. Great. Yeah, we can use the other, we gotta get the other off. We've not been. Work. Oh, yeah, tough, yeah. Yeah, he was a good first.
Sad if you find foot locked in a bedroom in the house somewhere.
Was that funny?
Oh,
They're getting told, yeah, didn't they find it?
no.
We're almost crying. The dog saying, "You're gonna find it." I was like, "I've never seen it." They ran home from town yesterday. Looking for this dog. It's like, one, oh, it's not. Why is it? You're gonna both of them. She takes them down. They have a dog, there was a tiny dog just went up to the little dog. I didn't want to. Dog, I've seen him. It's not maybe. Who has? Okay, because there was. Yeah, it was out yesterday in the middle of the market. Yeah. Yeah. What's the, what's? There were two over.
Yesterday.
Like two of my. That's what I was. But in the graveyard again, that would be the body and. But is the pay way worth it though for that? What about benefits? Are they better? So, you thought benefits are better? We don't have state. Income tax here, so what happens, how? Well, it's a good thing you kept your house rent for that option. And I don't. I don't know.
Then we,
I don't know. Perfect. It's perfect. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Sure. I haven't found myself. He's here, they're right there. Okay. You probably pay this year. And you're going to the airport for your princess, right? They're working every other weekend. I mean, last month works every other month here. Yeah. But least I my brother has been behind. I love Florida. They learn a lot from her property in Florida. Like, it's too cheap. It's so easy to get in and out. Yeah. Yeah, they love that so much. And my little sister flies in from Missouri. There's times depending on she can find which part of Missouri. She's by Springfield. I don't know if you find the girls. Bill. Yeah, 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 which is awesome. So great because it's Salt Lake one is better and job, yeah. There's no more stressful than that. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. They're still. They have a contract. Cause I have somebody. Yeah.
Well, I thought the my. Wow, God.
No, they're on 2 acres in Mandan. I don't think they will. My dad built their house. It's a really nice house. Because I mean, they gotta finish it. They just have to finish a few things because of the price range they're at. She doesn't wanna have as much fun finish, but they still do. So it's gonna, you know, an hour from Cape. The new girls that are doing. Yeah. Yeah, we had a mutual friend besides the legal, I'm like, oh,
He's
how do you?
is such a great kid.
Yeah, we are.
Once they subdivision.
That's exactly, I know.
It's like, how do you come here when you're 60 years old?
The doctor.
Well,
It's fine.
Literally, the girl.
I'm only laughing. It's so true. It's. It's like almost. Are you gonna find I debated, I definitely gonna try it. I've McDonald's once or twice, and I debated. But I have never done it.
Yeah.
Legally. Yeah. Kidding, have work so much.
Oh, it sounds good. He loves to. I tried to.
Every time we go on a new time, we have to. Yeah, because they have like, right, rice noodles and then meat and stuff in it, and it's pretty good. Yeah. Yeah.
You're like, yes, you know me, very well. That's Colby's new thing.
Yeah.
That's hilarious. I'll have to try it. It has one, right? You just, yeah, I just tell him next time. It's not how it drives through though. That's probably why I've never gone there. Kids, it's more of a non-drive-through place. Oh, right, it is right there, yeah. That's one of the trailers in South.
He only orders the same thing.
Oh, really? So what is your favorite? Beef.
I do the ugly one. Especially when you free it, ugly one, but ugly.
That sounds so.
Or I'm not here, I don't fucking want. But we have no balls. And then I came here, and since I've been there, I've got at least more data. He said you can sell it. It's so good.
Well, I'm using a little farther. You come closer to us than it is to them. No, that's a good. True. It's no big deal for me to go to Target. Like, not that far. Like, I just don't go that. It's far. No, it's not that far, it's like 40 minutes, 45 minutes. Yeah, especially since it's all freeway. Yeah.
They're older.
We'll go to the side of something.
We've been there, worked in for the good time. It was 5 minutes ago. It's been a while. Been nice. So you're eating out, Bill's about to go. Like this. Yes.
That's.
Totally.
Down there.
Yeah, the thing is though, when he works grapes, there's only certain places that are open. Yeah.
It's just.
And
I don't know, it's.
it's just.
Or. Okay, there you go. There you go. That's true, I think the first time I was like, what's like, it was going to UVU, and then. Perfect, and you can disc too. Oh, yeah. I love it, that round four, on top of it. Okay.
Right. Almost every single day, I would go talk about it, and I still, so you started to answer that. And they switch over to their crystal games at 11. But I just go so often, they had maybe one thing. Like, oh, what are they thinking? I walked into the door the usual, and like, yeah, but I had another bean burrito. They have it already, like, pretty much ready to go, by 10 minutes, so you walk in the ground and go. Chief, you have to make sure you're the top of all the rest of the meeting. So I can proceed.
It's here.
That's.
Oh, I don't know. Used to always give you a whole week of Bible. And I thought, listen, no, funnest week ever, the whole week, it's here. Yeah, yeah. Well, that's fine.
Yeah, that's.
What they say if you leave this, something on the same. Yeah. Since he's having a little age. Yeah. Wait, you want a copy before you move here? Yeah.
We're travel. That's my first goal that. It's cool. Yeah. We've been working with Buffalo. I'm in Jim Barnes. They're having, I called Eric about it. I haven't, just yet, but there's a chance. Oh, okay. And then, not long after that, I have an application. It's just like.
Yeah. I did that times. Hold that up. I just turned.
You know. Hard. We made a lot of mistakes.
But the not your grandkids. That's totally.
Our grandkids.
You can still come back to visit where it's
Grandkids.
when you need to escape the grandkids. That's exactly. But now you come back to her. Yeah, you can have this Legion grounds. Bring your friend. I'm just thinking. When our granddaughter, they left. Her mom, we rented her, and her mom goes, hey, was like, hi. Like, oh, Gigi. And she ran over to her phone to pick up the phone to say hi to me. And I was like, oh. Okay, no,
I
yeah,
don't want that kind of relationship.
no, like,
So-
You took our minutes up for- you took- so, yeah, pick up and leave.
You didn't know they hadn't done it before.
no.
So.
I see.
And pop off.
You just did.
He had a blast.
Fun. Well, the thing is that you're gonna, if you want to stay in touch with people, so this is the work to make it happen. Versus family, it can't be, yeah. But, yeah. Or- Gosh, that means to keep wherever. I know, I was gonna take some of the ones that he did a number on them. So how fast they are. If we let them go, no, we don't.
Well, they're just gonna come in and enjoy. That's it.
So I'd like to, and if there's anything else they talk about. About getting Davis food on. I'm just teasing. He wasn't paying attention, so I drove him.
Everybody.
So, yeah, well, people ask me, and I'm like, new dog, new handler, I was like, just easy, and it's true. He is the new handler, there was no line. Well, Bentley's. But yeah, I had somebody ask me today, and I was like. I told him.
The day was 7 in the morning.
You could be, you guys don't drive by me.
I can't flip the other way.
We did that, take the heartbreak and sit in the shop and look at it.
That's what I like to hear. Open somebody. No. That's why I keep wearing them, it's not, it's cold. It is cold.
There, one look at that computer screen. Drive down to the plant and open all the gate. Yeah, you can see everything right there and it's.
Like, this is great, and why it doesn't get cold. Neither does it stop, or your feet, or your. Wait, does that make you feel like? Just flashes hazard in his car when it was raining, I really let the kids go, like he wouldn't even get out. I said, the bike path, when this snow. You get paid.
It blow up top. Blows in the cold air.
You know, when you do stupid things for kids. My new costume though was a blow up traffic. So I just gotta decide when to use it, because I'm on a holiday. The whole week, yeah, the whole week, I'm sure Bentley's dad has a good vacation. Use for such a break, the Hawaiian. You can have the, oh, it's super nice that you. Lynn and I, this is, I started talking about, he has. Guy on the toilet. Oh my god, but I mean, White House week. Next week. So, for that, I just came, but I can't be big, it's calling, he's come, he stays in his. Fine too, I think it's calling.
So.
Next word, good. You'd have to have a permit.
Yeah.
If it's more than,
Well,
but it's 35 bucks, right? Unless you're. Cause sometimes they'll just leave it there, 35 bucks. Then he's fine. Oh, okay, yeah, cause they'll stay a weekend and then. I think that's where.
I think it's, the camping. I do think that just the times have changed.
I do, I think we should say. We own no ground, we literally. So it makes more hard.
That's what I don't know about sending. Maybe things like the bias station and shit. So that's it. Get a board, it's like, sing it and.
We don't need to start.
Trade.
It's.
Right. 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 Yeah. Because like you said. I don't want that. When you're doing that, but yeah. We're trying to figure out what to walk into right here.
Why didn't you figure it out?
We're doing. It's email, so
So it goes to my phone and then I can.
we have to stop that. So you do that. Where's everybody? So you can have it.
Right.
Well, I can wait a few minutes for her.
Don't get it, we're not complaining about this, making sure. It's not. That, like innovation. But.
It's.
With the song.
And the
They can use your engine for the. You could have a. We heard it, we heard. Like a lot, play music for them too. Just only said it was. You know, giving. And to do what? Yeah.
I know Colby's username, so I use a text to. That's it. That's the one thing that you can hear. That was the.
That's a security feature.
Yeah, that, if I get back to like.
You guys having fun over there? Got a hole in your lip or what? Look at all the.
Yeah.
They're cold. So out.
I think it's good.
He was told to go. The Western States.
They make a motion to reconvene.
Made a motion to reconvene, seconded by Charles, all in favor?
Aye.
Good. We have some news. Yes, so.
We, the council, mayor and council of the town of Cokeville, Wyoming, would sadly accept the resignation of Chief Eric Whitehead as of May 25th.
Need to make a motion.
Motion everything. I'd like to make the motion to accept that resignation of Chief Eric Whitehead as of May 25th.
Any further discussion?
I want to say no.
I want to say thank you for the services you've given to the town.
Yes.
It has been much appreciated.
Thank you, Eric.
Whether it's been fully recognized or not. Is another.
There's a motion to accept the resignation.
We gotta finish the motion.
Okay, I want to say something. I really appreciate you, Eric. And I just want to make sure you knew that.
And besides that, I adopted you too the night you spent 3 hours on my couch, and I don't think it's fair that you're leaving me behind. The same.
Favor of accepting this motion.
Aye.
Aye.
Begrudgingly.
Carries.
You can put that in the notes now.
Motion.
There's a motion to accept the resignation of Tracy Whitehead as clerk of the town of Cokeville as of May 25th.
Second by Charles, any further discussion?
Yes, I'd like to say that I really appreciate all your hard work and effort you've done to work with me. I appreciate you.
Thank you, Tracy.
Thank you, Tracy.
And for putting up with all my bad habits.
I couldn't say that.
And keep
Mine.
that- All in favor? Aye.
Good.
So I'd like to make a motion that we post the clerk position starting tomorrow, effective immediately until May 1st or at least or till filled, and post the and the position would pay 25,000 to 35,000 a year, depending on the experience.
I second it.
Motion by Teresa, seconded by Brad. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, Tracy, would you take care of posting your position? Thank you.
I'd like to motion that we post the Chief Whitehead's position effective tomorrow as well, and we'll do that tomorrow until May 15th or until filled. And post the position would pay 55,000 to 65,000 depending on experience.
Second. Who's the second? Charles, any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carried.
I'd like to make a motion to offer to give Officer Davis a $3,000 raise. Effective next pay period.
Second, also. Like Teresa's second, but Wayne, any further discussion?
I have a question. For clarity. That is an annual, right? Make sure we put that in. No.
Okay.
Good catch, Brad.
No offense, but we got a budget. We got a budget. Yeah, I noticed how quiet you got over there.
All in favor?
She's got it.
You got it written down right there.
She's still working for another one.
I know.
She's.
Time to go home.
That comes our business.
I make a motion to adjourn.
I second it.
By remaining second by Brad, all in favor?
Aye. Couldn't get the motions.
Yeah.
Here you go.
Hey, I'm gonna give you the two ordinances. So that you have them for the next meeting. On paper, in paper.